Cecil Lammy is back in the building.
Hello, everybody.
Got to hang out with my boy Jake Shapiro for a couple of days while you were off doing your thing. A couple of well-deserved days off for one Cecil Lammy. So, fired up to have you back in the saddle, Cease, and we've got a ton to do today. We always love everybody checking in and rolling with us, rocking with us for a full 4 hours. So shout out to you if that's what you're doing out there today. If not, we always tell you, we understand that too. You got lives, you got jobs, kids, meetings, all the stuff that goes down. But however it is you're rolling with us, thank you for doing it. And you just heard the montage of the guy, the new Nuggets that is Trevin Brazil. You also got at the 49th pick, Bryce Hopkins. Heard they recently added more Hopkins to the Nuggets. So a couple of new players cease after they traded out of round one. And I will tell you this, initial thought, reaction to this, seeing it go down last night, as I was watching my buddy fix my air conditioner that blew up in the middle of the night. I'll have to catch you up on that.
Oh, boy.
We had a fire at the house.
Whoa.
On Tuesday night.
Whoa.
Yeah. But we're all good today, so I'm feeling better about life.
Okay.
But original thought for the first round, Jake and I talked about it yesterday. I like what they did. The players I wanted weren't there. Move out and get more assets. That's
right.
exactly what they did. I didn't know if they would pick both, or use both picks on players or move to get more assets. But I kept telling Jake, like, dude, if they're going to do this roster manipulation and construction the way they want to do it by trying to be competitive and staying under the number that Stanley wants them to stay under.
Stanley.
You have to have guys that are on rookie contracts and vet minimums fill out like it might be 10 through 15, dude. 10 through 14 if they're going to hold out and not have that 15th player to be a player in the buyout market latter part of the season. But they've got two rookies now that will probably have to be on this roster and not two-way guys, have to be on the big league roster to account for bodies, make very little money, and help the Nuggets build a roster. And I will tell you, of the two, I think Brazil's ready to go. I think he can play in the NBA as soon as this year.
Is his game most translatable because it's mostly physical?
Yeah, exactly.
It's mostly attacking
right.
the rim. It's mostly attacking on defense.
He's long. He can jump. He can dunk. He can finish at the rim. He's got a little bit of a soft touch around the rim.
Yeah.
And he can defend. What else do you need from a rookie?
Did they just get kind of a badass a little bit?
I mean, if it turns into the right way, I think he can be a really good player.
Okay, yeah, and a really good player that doesn't have to do everything offensively. We talked about that before I left of like, hey, with Joker there, anybody that you add, and they don't really need to worry about offense, the rejuvenated Joker body.
Yeah.
I'm sure that was something you guys talked about because that went a little mini viral of like, here's Joker working out. Look at him. He's so huge. All right. Go out there and do your thing, Joker. What about the guys around him? That's the most important thing. And with a guy like Brazil, it definitely, the athleticism jumps off the page for me. That was the thing that got me the most excited as you can get about a normal second-round pick in the NBA draft. I'm not going to say everyone because, of course, we get to see Joker and you get to see Jalen Brunson hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy.
There are exceptions to the rule.
There are exceptions. I don't think Brazil's one of them. I don't think Hopkins is one of them. But with Brazil specifically, it's that game that I like because it's an attacking, aggressive style. And that's exactly what the Nuggets don't have. It's what they needed. It's what's Minnesota. Now with the breaking news about Minnesota getting LaMelo Ball, we have to have that conversation.
I'll tell you straight up, I love that trade.
It gets Nas Reed the hell out of Minnesota.
Exactly. Minnesota went the wrong way.
Yeah.
And they got an immature, young-ass player that doesn't really take this too serious.
Right.
Now to go up there and be Ant's running mate. I love what Minnesota did today for us.
I love what Minnesota did today because it means the Nuggets runway is now open. Because Minnesota always seemed to be that mountain, that hurdle, that obstacle that they couldn't get past. And now with LaMelo there and getting Nas Reed out of there, I'm like, well, there goes some of their dirty play.
LaMelo is probably the most unserious basketball superstar in the history of basketball superstars because he is a superstar.
Trae Young? Trae Young's not a superstar?
No, he's not.
Okay.
But
Trae Young's not very serious.
LaMelo
either.
is a superstar.
Yeah, and he doesn't
And he doesn't care at all.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He doesn't
one
care
bit.
about basketball.
Yeah. It's not about horses in Serbia. He just doesn't care.
Cares about go-karts and selling Pumas, dude. That's what he cares about.
Okay, yeah. Well,
and
there
he's
you go.
good at both, so.
Lines his pockets with it, right? And he can hoop.
Yeah.
He can hoop a little bit, but I think that's a good deal for the Denver Nuggets because it gets Nas Reed out of there.
They've got
it takes away some of their physicality, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I actually, speaking of Minnesota, Alex, you just made a great comp. You tell the people. I don't want to steal your thunder. Who did you say Trevin Brazil could be like?
I think he could be a Jaden McDaniels light.
I love that
I'm going to go ahead
comparison.
and look at some of the things, but
Okay.
I think his numbers in college almost are identical to what McDaniels did when he was in college. The build is almost exactly
Yep.
the same in terms of length and wingspan. It's a player that, look, McDaniels didn't become McDaniels overnight. It happened over time.
He was sloppy offensively.
Unbelievably, he had a shot but hadn't really developed
Yeah.
it yet. And now you look at him pull up on shorter guards, and it almost feels like he didn't miss once when he shot over Jamal Murray in the playoffs. This is a player that I think, I understand it's a second-round draft pick. It's not that sexy. But when you look at what the Nuggets need, he gives them everything that they need and then some. And if it comes out to be half of what McDaniels is, you're in the money.
And look, he's not going to get a lot of this opportunity in year one, barring injury, and nobody's rooting for that, of course.
Right.
But Brazil alongside Nikola, then Nikola, we don't have to really watch what he's doing on the defensive side. He can play that short dunker spot that's gone away because Aaron's body broke down on him and he
Right.
can't do it anymore. So I don't know how much that role is going to be open for him, but when it is, as soon as next year, or we'll call it like post All-Star break this coming year,
Right.
he can be a threat with that team. And then Hopkins, again, what do you need in Minnesota? Jake shut it a bunch yesterday. Those point attack defenders, dude, he's got a giant body. He's like, 6'5", 6'6". He can handle it. He can score on his own. He's a backup ball handler that can guard guys at the perimeter with physicality. Ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
That's how they lost in the playoffs a year ago. Again, he's got work to do. But if it's just like a physical defender that can handle the ball as a backup role in a very, very limited minutes role, then I think it's a solid pick.
I think it's a solid pick. And what the hell did people want? Because
Yeah,
it's
they
the
had
second
35
round
and 49
in
guys.
the NBA, and I understand Nuggets Nation, and I saw Nuggets Twitter going nuts when I was gone. They're like, oh my God, what are they doing? They see the formula in the recipe for the type of player that they need to get. You just had to get them in the second round.
Oh, and by the way, both of these guys are multiple year starters at the college level, which is, I think Hopkins is a little further away from plug and play, but it allows you to go, hey, yeah, you can and almost should have a role in what we want to do with you moving forward because you've played a whole lot of college basketball. 105 games for Brazil. 71 of those were
Wow.
starts. If you go down
Wow.
to Hopkins, 115 games in college, and 87 of those were starts. So these aren't these rookies, oh my God, what's going to happen to me at this level?
Yeah.
They got to figure out the NBA, but they're not new to playing basketball at a pretty major rate.
And I think that's something to note with Tenzer and Wallace running the show there, opposed to Calvin Booth, of like, okay, you're getting experienced guys.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like when the Broncos started drafting leaders and like team captains and not dummies. It took them a while. John Elway didn't really care about your IQ test. If you were a dummy and could play football, well, John Elway wanted you. George Payton's a little bit different. So I think that with Tenzer and Wallace, we can look at that and say experience matters. Whatever it leads to, nobody's saying stars. Nobody's saying go and get your Brazil jersey right now.
No,
but
don't do it yet.
the type of player that they needed is the type of player that they got in
That's
the
right.
second round.
That's right. So we'll see what it turns into. But right now it looks good. You still have those couple assets you got from San Antonio, some future things that you can consider to unload a guy like Zeke. Maybe you're still looking to move Cam or Aaron Gordon, and those draft picks are going to help you. But free agency's right around the corner. We're talking 5 days. The Nuggets got to start making some moves before the rest of the West passes them by. All right, we're off and rolling. Still want to hear from you guys. Tribe and Trucker roll call all day long. You know what it is. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Tell us at 303-713-1043. That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Watch us over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Get in on Tribe Chat. They're fueled by our friends over at Champ Honda. We'll continue to talk a little bit about what this Nuggets draft means, what the Minnesota move means, but the Nugs weren't the only ones making some moves with their roster. Another trade goes down for the Colorado Avalanche, and you guessed it, it was with Nashville and our old buddy Chris McFarland. I'm a little confused by this trade, Cecil, and I'll tell you why next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business. Their owner, Ron Gibbous, is here with me. Family is what you have in mind when you build a deck.
Customer service is critical to us. We try to figure out what meets every customer's needs and build them a product that they will enjoy spending outdoor quality family time on. Deck time is usually family time.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The new 2026 Honda CR-V was made for Colorado, and Champ Honda is the place to get one. Whether you're navigating city streets or heading up to the mountains, the CR-V delivers the comfort and capability you need for all of it. Champ Honda has the largest inventory since before COVID, so you have plenty of great options to choose from. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you know you'll be treated fairly with no games or hidden charges. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's powered by Hellsberg. Shop and store are at Hellsberg.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we are off and rolling here. talking about the Nuggets draft, again, I liked what they did. I still think there are steps to be taken with the rest of the roster, the core guys, and what's going to happen with P. Watt's money, Cam and Aaron's contract, all of those things. And I really think they should probably get moving sooner rather than later. But so far, all right for the Denver Nuggets with what they're doing with their roster. You know what I told Jake yesterday? I compared it to getting your car stuck in the snow.
Okay.
For like the last 3 years, the roster that is the Denver Nuggets car has been stuck in the snow. These moves that they've made in the draft, they now have 2 free tires. So they're almost unstuck.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
They're on their way to getting unstuck and moving once again.
Okay.
And if a guy like Trevin Brazil turns into a player, they're really sitting pretty for a couple of years because of the little amount of money they're going to have to pay these 2 dudes being second-round draft picks. So they're still sort of stuck, but they got a couple of wheels free. And they might be moving in the right direction soon.
I would say 1 tire free.
Okay.
1 tire free.
They got a couple draft picks from San Antonio, and those second-round draft picks in today's NBA landscape mean a lot.
Well, did you see in the NBA draft as it was going on, it was like second-round pick trade to second-round pick trade to second-round pick trade. I think, weren't like all of them traded?
You have to attach them to everything, basically.
Yeah, basically. It's like little throw-ins or whatever. So the picks actually happened, and the Nuggets got a couple of interesting players.
I want to ask about this Avs trade that went down last night, too. So they make another move, and they do it again with Chris McFarland and the Nashville Predators.
Thank you, Chris.
This is a bat phone from Joe's office to Chris's office now, Nashville and Colorado, because it's the second deal going down. So I can understand why the trade was made, but how many times did we sit here through the regular season and through the postseason and come in here and go, dude, we got to talk about the fourth line. A team with Nathan McKinnon, Marty Netches, Gabe Landeskog, eventually Naz Kadri, Brock Nelson before he fell apart. Cale Makar is on this team, Devon Taves, and I'd go, we got to talk about Parker Kelly and Jack Drury.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Yep.
And the fourth line was the furthest thing from broken there was on this Colorado Avalanche team. So they send Jack Drury, a third-round pick, a prospect player. His name's Chase Bradley. No offense, Chase, but they don't really matter on this one. Kind of the throw-in. And then the Avs are going to get 2 former first-round picks back in Fedor Svechkov. I worked on that and still blew it. And then Zachary LaRue, the other player.
Okay.
Zachary LaRue, I think you and I are going to like because well, he's physical and, dare I say, borders on the line of dirty.
Okay, well, isn't that exactly what this team needed?
If you're on my team and you do those kind of things, I can get down with that.
It's all good. If they got their version, I've always said, like, I hate Draymond Green, like, hate him.
Mm-hmm.
If he was a Denver Nugget, I'd love him.
Yeah, exactly.
If he's a New York Knick, I'd love him.
So
he's
I
Golden
guess
State Warrior, so I hate him. So, of course,
you
if
got a
the
guy like that.
Avs get some physicality, we root for that.
You trade like 1 fourth-liner for a couple of fourth-liners, and one of them brings a little bit more physicality.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of it is Jack was about to be up for a new deal. They've already talked to Jack and agent a couple of different times and weren't close on money. About $1 million a little north of, away from where Jack and agent thought they were. So I think that's kind of Joe reading the room and going, well, we're not going to get a deal done. Let's get something before he goes. So maybe your fourth line's not as good, but you save a little bit more money to throw it all at Cale Makar here in just a couple of days.
I think was that Kev that messes that in our group text of like, more money for Kev. Yeah, that's exactly what we're all seeing right now. I don't think this is any sort of deal to lose your mind over. You get a couple of young assets and you get a guy in Drury that wasn't going to take any of your offers. So how is this a bad thing? Why are people losing their mind? I mean, I don't think you're losing your mind. You're just asking questions.
Yeah,
questions are fair.
The fourth line was really good. We don't really talk about fourth lines. We did it a lot last year. So I go, hey, why are you tinkering just kind of for the sake of tinkering?
Yeah, well, did the playoffs tell you something? And our hockey lady in our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Honda, Mel says the fourth line with Drury was outscored 6-1 in the playoffs at 5v5.
Damn. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Now do the top line, Mel.
Well, that's not good either. So is this an overreaction? No, I don't think so.
No.
Is this the playoffs were a glaring display of what was wrong with this team? Well, the Vegas series was. That was for sure. Addressing more physicality, getting a guy like Drury off your books because he wanted too much money, and getting a couple of young assets and getting more physicality on the ice, which is exactly what the Avalanche needed. Again, I understand why we have the questions, but the realization is this team freed up some money for Cale Makar, and that's probably the most important thing from this deal.
Yeah, because he is getting all of the money going his
He
way.
can basically write his own check.
Salary cap's going up, what was it, $8-9 million, I think was the number. And
That's all for Kale.
They need all that for Kale McCarr.
That's
Here,
all
sir,
for Kale.
they're going to get the PS2 treatment. All that money we got, we're going to give you some of it because we really like you.
Yes, they really like him, and they're really, of course, going to pay him a large, large sum of money.
Yes,
so
they are.
I would like to see a Joe Sakic deal without Chris McFarland, but I'll take it. And if you have those friendly teams around the NHL that you can work with easily, that's what allows you to do a deal like this.
Well, and I also think it's, we talk about it with George's connections around the league on the Broncos side of things, of you're familiar with the guy, and I think more importantly between these two dudes, it's a trust factor. Of like, I know Chris is new to Nashville, but you're evaluating your talent in real time. Of like, hey, I know this is as close to a win-win as there can be because you're not trying to fleece me and I'm not trying to fleece you because there's this two-way street of respect between the two gentlemen.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, let's just make a deal. Let's do a deal that's beneficial for both, and that's where Chris McFarland can come in with Nashville. And Jack Drury, we'll see you later. Of the moves that have happened, and again, second-round picks for the Denver Nuggets, these backup moves for the Colorado Avalanche, I think the Avs deal is more significant.
Then the Nuggets picking the two guys last night?
Yeah. I think of the recent transactions that we've had with the Avs and the Nuggets, we can look at what the Avs have done and said, okay, this is something that can help out and help on the ice sooner than what the Nuggets did that can help them out on the court.
I'm going to hold out on Brazil. I really think Brazil can make an impact this year as a not a six-man, that almost came out of my mouth, but like a role reserve type of player, and then maybe even staggering with whoever the hell ends up being the starting power forward for the Nuggets. You might, like I said, I'm looking like February, where he might find some time alongside Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
But I want to hold out on Brazil.
What about LaRue or... For the love of God, I'm going to have to work
good
on.
Luck, dude. I wrote it out phonetically, too. And I still can't.
Svechkov.
Like
See,
I said,
got it.
I mean, fourth-line guys, what can you do? Can you make Parker Kelly look good the way
the
Jack
fourth
Drury
line was important last year, so these guys will be important to that fourth line as well. And with Brazil for the Nuggets, we'll just put a pin in it and watch it.
And look, if LaRue's beating the hell out of guys that are in Minnesota sweaters, I'm down for that.
Yes, that's all
you
they
gotta
need.
Punch a dude in the face like that has a Vegas sweater on. I'm down for that. So yeah, is he a little dirty and cross the line from time to time? Later on, we'll go over some of the suspensions that he's been handed out. And a lot of people don't like the guy, but now he's rocking burgundy and blue, so we like the guy.
So Jury's gone. Is Nichushkin next?
If they can find a dance partner,
I think they should.
I'm sure they want to.
I think they want to, and I think they should, and that's the thing. They are not done. They're just getting started. Now, there will be a break with the NHL. It's called like July 2nd. That'll be the break.
Well, and their draft is tomorrow, so they're going to start having a bunch of stuff pop off and go all over the place. Avs don't have a first or a second round pick.
I was going to say, the Avs even picking
there'll be a
first
player
pick's the third
at
round.
some point. Yeah.
I think it's in the third round.
They have a few in the third round. And then
okay, unless they trade those away, but
which
we'll
they
see.
could. All right, couple texts here for Tribe Roll Call. We got Zach and Foco. He said, I was in Cecil's neck of the woods yesterday for a concrete industry golf outing. Oh, damn, at Arrowhead.
Oh, beautiful.
One of the best in the state.
Right in my backyard.
Killer course and a bear sighting. What? Finished tied for first. We know you cheated. Raised a bunch of money for charity. It's okay, Zach. Everybody cheats in those. Shout out to Loveland Ready Mix Concrete and all those concrete professionals involved. That was probably a ton of fun. He says, P.S. I'm hiring. If you have a CDL, hit me up. Hit him up over there at Loveland Ready Mix Concrete.
Speaking of bear sighting.
Oh, it's a little baby bear.
Little baby bear was checking out the bird feeder at the Hogback.
It's like, y'all got any birds in there that I can eat?
Exactly.
Murder?
Yeah, so it's
That's a little tiny. That'd be so hard not to want to pet that
It's a
thing.
regular thing in Roxborough. We see those wonderful bears.
That's
so.
the that little girl. Can I pet that dog? Right? That's what that bear looked like. All right, we're off and rolling here, having fun with what the Nuggets and Avs are doing right now. Let's get into a conversation about the Broncos. Cecil, I want to ask you a question about the defense and where this Broncos defense is. We started to go over some of that yesterday. I want to dive deeper into the coverage side of the defensive conversation. That's next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and you can get a richer looking lawn with Rich Lawn. Using the organic-based fertilizer Rich Lawn Turf Food, you'll get greener grass and build your soil for a beautiful yard. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out Revive, the treatment to revitalize your lawn for deeper roots and deeper watering. Rich Lawn and Revive products are available at Home Depot or your local gardening center. With Rich Lawn and Revive products, you'll have your yard ready in no time.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's a real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. What that means, you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compare one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is SAVE, S-A-V-E. Text SAVE to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's SAVE to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk a little Denver Broncos. Started with some Nuggets conversation, then dove into what the Avs have done recently. Another trade for the Colorado Avalanche. Want to get into a couple questions on the defensive side of the ball. We talked about it earlier in the week, Cease, before you made your trip to Los Angeles, about the questions on offense, of how there are a few, but not a ton until we get out to camp and start to put our eyes on what Davis Webb is doing to this offense. But as far as defense, I think there's a few questions that we can go through, and I want to start on coverage. Justin Strnad, you and I both like what we saw out of Justin Strnad a year ago, and it was actually like a pleasant surprise of like, oh my gosh, look what he figured out how to do. And it's why they were comfortable letting Dre Greenlaw walk and let Justin get that starting job. He and his agent said, we're getting a starting job, be it in Denver or if we have to sign somewhere else, we're getting that gig. So my question and the conversation to start here, is that enough? Justin Strnad covering running backs and tight ends from the linebacker position. Is that enough? Or, I know we all love him, but can they still isolate and highlight Alex Singleton and get him chasing like he chased all year long?
Well, and that's the thing. The thing you bring up about the off-ball linebackers, as the kids say, is who's the green dot guy? It's Alex Singleton. You know what the green dot guy does? He doesn't come off the field. So I understand people saying, like, well, put in Drew Sanders or whatever in passing downs. Alex Singleton won't really come off the field as much as you think. So because of that, you've got to kind of hide him if it is a passing down. You've got to kind of worry about that. And honestly, you worry about Alex Singleton against some of the best running backs in the league, best running backs that you'll be facing early on in that schedule, including the Super Bowl MVP in week 1. So because of that, I think Singleton, like, how much has his game fallen off? Has his game fallen off? These are the two questions, starting with the latter, that we'll have to ask ourselves, and then we'll have to wait to see unfold on the field. Vance Joseph has said multiple things, and they all make me happy. But the one thing he said about Alex Singleton is he said, that's my eyes out there. He's my eyes on the field. So because of that, it's like, okay, Singleton's going to be out there. Unless he's absolutely Charles Barkley terrible, he's going to be out there. And, well, I don't think he's going to be terrible this year. Is he a declining player? Yes, of course. Is he a player that already you worry about in coverage? Of course. Is he a player that against Jonathan Taylor-like backs, they can school him? Yeah, of course he is.
He and hundreds of others.
Exactly. But when I look at Kenneth Walker, when I look at Kyron Williams, when I look at Christian McCaffrey, when I look at Amarian Hampton, when I look at Jadarian Price, those are just the start. And by the way, Jeremiah Love in week 7, this is just the start of some of the top running backs that you're going to see if you're the Broncos. So, yeah, I think we're going to have to put a pin in it. It's solved for now. It's solved for X, but it's not completely solved at the linebacker position.
Well, and as you're kind of describing what Alex will do, I wonder, I'd obviously have to go back and look at some tape. Look at the game tape. To just like, how often are you just in a single linebacker set?
Right.
For VJ. I would guess that's very few and far between. And especially, Vance is a pretty smart fella. He knows that Alex struggles in coverage. He wants him there to be his eyes and to stuff those run gaps. So I think Vance is going to put themselves in position to have both on the field as often as possible to go, Justin, you've got those tight ends and running backs that release and leak. And Alex, you've got those running backs when they're turn around and getting the ball handed off to them. Fill that gap that you're so good at doing.
Yep, and that's the thing. The roles are clearly defined for these two, and that's the positive for this off-ball linebacker conversation. What's behind them? How do they develop? Where's the guys even like Jonah Ellis mix into this? Like, there's still a lot of questions. Even though they've secured their 2 starters, how much they'll rely on Singleton this year is a question. And then what about the young guys behind him? Do they have a Singleton replacement for the future? And I've seen the future. You go away for a couple of days, you might be enjoying some, off-air activities, right? You're feeling good, thinking about stuff.
Activities.
Wait until I show you the stuff I was texting myself when I was gone.
Oh, nice.
So as I think about this team, and I have seen the future, it's merely this. Red Murdoch's going to be the story of training camp. Red Murdoch's going to be a guy who's everywhere. Red Murdoch, when they don't have pads, I guarantee you and I will be talking from 10 to 2, of course, on the Bo Show. We'll be talking plenty about Bo Nix, but when we talk off-ball linebackers, we're going to be talking Red Murdoch. We're going to be excited about Red Murdoch. We're going to go into the preseason being excited about Red Murdoch. So let's put a pin in this for now, because it is Alex Singleton. There is no question. There is no doubt. It is Justin Strnad. There is no question, and there is no doubt. However, I think Red Murdoch's coming.
I like that.
I think Red Murdoch's coming, and I think that we will be talking about Mr. Irrelevant being very relevant for the Broncos in August.
A seventh, the last pick.
Yeah.
Having a big role. That's good work from Mr. George Payton.
George
and his
Payton
scouting
finding a
team.
gem right there. I really believe Red Murdoch's going to be one of those guys we're talking about constantly when we talk about off-ball linebackers. And because of already the stuff that he's done, he's out there being physical with guys. So even when pads aren't on, he's probably going to, knock around Michael Bandy or whatever. Let's talk about he'll probably get in, pick off a Sam Ehlinger pass or whatever. You know what I mean? These are the type of plays that Red Murdoch can do. And it's one of those things like, yeah, he does it against the third team. And then a week into training camp, yeah, he does it against the second team.
Yep.
And then 3 weeks into training camp, oh my God, he just did that against Bo Nix. Watch for Red Murdoch to make this climb. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to be a starter.
Yeah.
And do not at me, bro.
You know what climb you're describing, though? That dude's climb. Philip Lindsay.
Yeah.
The same way of like,
Yeah.
he's doing it on special teams, whatever.
Right.
Oh, he's doing it third string. Okay, cool. Second string? Wait a minute. He just did that to the starting linebacker? That's what it is.
Wait a second. He's a really damn good player. That's what you're going to see from Red Murdoch come August. I really believe he's going to be out there making big plays.
That is great to hear, and we can't wait to see that. The other thing, we've talked a ton about Riley Moss. I kind of love this question. Kev or Alex, I don't know which one of you threw this on the rundown, but what if Riley Moss turns out to be, you can't ever call him the best cornerback on the team, but because he's picked on so much, I don't know that I'm going to hold my breath on this, but what if he leads the team in interceptions?
Right.
What if Riley Moss does go, oh, you're going to pick on me? I'm going to make you pay week in and week out.
Yep.
That would earn himself a second contract. It would make the Broncos secondary virtually impossible to throw on.
Yep.
PS2 on one side, Riley on the other. We just pumped up the tires of Justin Strenad in the middle of the field for tight ends and running backs. Oh, and by the way, Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga will kill you if they get the opportunity if your quarterback leaves a football up in the air.
Yeah, it's awesome. And when you look at what this team can do with all of the assets that they have, like, we're going to watch this secondary kind of compete for these snaps, for these opportunities, really. Because of your pass rush, you're going to have plenty of opportunities in the secondary to get your hands on the football. Who is the best at doing that? Riley Moss is in a contract year. Riley, if you're ever going to do it, this is the year to do it.
So is Brandon Jones.
So Brandon Jones. All right, and the thing is, at corner, they've got the depth. So you go, oh, they lose Riley Moss. Jahdae Barron, first rounder, he steps in, whatever. Brandon Jones, I think safety is also an interesting conversation because no more P.J. Locke. He's in Dallas. And when you had a starter as a reserve, P.J. Locke was a starter, but he was a reserve last year because of Brandon Jones, because of Talanoa Hufanga. Now, is that Devin Key? Are we excited about him perhaps going from a special teams ace to now a defensive player, much like we saw with Justin Strenad? But I do not have the same level of comfort with the backup safeties that I do with the backup corners. So again, another training camp conversation. We're going to talk about Bo Nix, going to talk about this offense, look at Jalen Waddle, but defensively, how are those backup safeties looking for the Broncos? That's going to come into play during the regular season.
All right, we'll get back to this conversation a little later on in the show. I want to remind everybody, summer is here. Sun's going to start shining at some point today. Summer means road trips, but with gas prices so high, you're probably questioning whether or not you want to take that trip. Denver Sports is here to help. That's where we come in. I've always wanted to say that. Enter for your chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is something you're doing right now. Listen to the station. We're giving out keywords every hour. When you hear it, text it to 303-713-1043. You can text as many keywords as your little heart desires. The more you enter, more chances you're going to have to win that gift card. For complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. That's denversports.com/keyword. Rocks got a win last night, beat the Red Sox in a series. I don't care if the Red Sox are down. It feels good to say that out loud. Cecil, I want to do something with you. Jake Shapiro is in here. He's definitely way more of a baseball purist than you and I are. He's viewing and handling the Rockies way different than we are. Want to tell you about it and how we're approaching what this team has done. By the way, with 5 games left in June, they're 1 game under 500 right now.
Come on, Rocks.
This month. We'll talk about what's up next for them. Next.
The Colorado Avalanche continue reshaping their roster. Jack Drury is headed to Nashville in a trade that creates more flexibility for Joe Sakic and the Avs front office. What does this move mean for Colorado's offseason plans? And who's next? Denver Sports 1043. The The Fan.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
This summer, all roads lead to Groove Toyota in Inglewood during our Summer on Us sales event at the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease. GrooveToyota.com. New Tacoma's only $349 a month lease and soon. Hurry into Inglewood to Groove Toyota before the best Tacomas are gone. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Closed end lease for 36 months with $34.99 due at signing. Zero security deposit. Unapproved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 6/30/26.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The package of seeds you see at garden stores. I just bought a few. Lettuce, sunflower, and green beans. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. You may be wondering why a banker is talking about planting and not savings accounts. Well, these seeds got me thinking. Growing something new doesn't just happen in the garden. Alpine Bank can help you do that to your life too. Maybe starting a business is on your mind. Is fresh landscaping or a backyard patio something you'd like? When you have a minute, call or visit Alpine Bank. Tell us about your summer plans. Together we can plant seeds and see exciting things grow. Just like my sunflowers. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Taco Bell's new jalapeno citrus salsa, the sauce with main character energy. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only, while supplies last.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is nice right here. like this one, Alex. Dover and Cecil, hanging with you till 2. We appreciate everybody rocking with us. Seeing you guys checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tribe and Trucker roll call, always open. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Tell us at 303-713-1043. You can also watch the show at YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports. Hit us up there. Participate in Tribe Chat. Thanks to our friends over at Champ Honda. Our buddy Mark's checking in. He's asking about that Nuggets draft. He does write it in all caps, so I'm going to say it like that. Hey, Dover and Cecil, I'm an everyday listener. I love you guys. I'm retired. Used to be a high school basketball coach and a special ed teacher. Anyway, where'd Zeke Naji go? Mark, I love that text. I like when they sign it in all caps. Well, Zeke Naji hasn't gone anywhere yet. But those second rounders, we're talking about it, Cease, that might be the way Zeke gets on up out of here. And you know what? It's going to be ironic coming from me. At this point, just let him finish it out. You already paid him all the damn money.
You've been the trade Zeke guy forever.
No, you should still get it off if you can.
Yes.
I mean, what has he made? All but $7 million of the 30 that
Actually,
Calvin
not
gave
only
him?
were you the trade Zeke guy, you were the net. Why did you pay this guy? From the moment, from the jump, it happened.
Couple Nuggets media folks that still owe me a nice bottle of my choice because of that bet.
Nice.
I'll have to remind them when I see him next. All right, so keep the text coming. Mark, love it. Love that you used to hoop and out there helping out, coaching and teaching special ed. Appreciate you for what you did and rocking with us. All right, so let's talk about these Rockies a little bit. They win last night again against the Red Sox. They are now 10-11 in the month of June. And you and I kind of handle the Rockies the same way. I told Jake yesterday, Jake Shapiro, who he loves baseball more than me, and it's top of his list for sports, and it's just not, and it never will be for me. So I can look at this and go, I'm going game by game. And we literally live this on our show. Last night, did they do anything that's worthy of us talking about them on the show? Oh, the answer is no? Well, then we're not going to talk about them on the show.
Right.
The answer is yes. We're going to give them a few minutes on the show. That's how we continue to handle it. And in the month of June, they're now 10-11 with 5 games left. 3 of them are going to go up in Minnesota starting this week and then wrap up hosting Miami at Coors Field. Can you go 3-2 and finish 500? Can you go 4-1 and be above 500? The things that come with this conversation. And even if you're not, you're flirting with it.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about, all right, March, you only play 5 games and they were 1-4. Rough start. April, 13-14. May, really rough start. Here we are in June with them flirting with 500.
Yeah.
So the baseball season's been going on for 3 months and 5 days. And in 2 of those months, the Colorado Rockies have been 500. How can you not be optimistic or feel positive about what this team is with the information I just gave?
Well, and the thing is, what are the other ways you could possibly look at this Rockies team? I do not know what Jake's ideas are about the Colorado Rockies, but I would say this, and partly to defend us and partly to set up the conversation, to save calories or your ulcer, basically, why in the hell would you look at them any differently? Who is putting their feet to the fire? Who is, asking for more? Who is demanding more, should I say? And who is saying, it's the same old Rockies? Because if you're saying the same old Rockies, you're just wrong. So I'm curious, and even Alex couldn't help himself to talk about this, and I said, savor the show, because I don't know Jake's approach here. So tell me what it is, and I will respond appropriately.
So just basically like he doesn't want to give them any credit for what's going on because they're still a bad baseball team.
Sure.
His point about pitchers in the pipelines is 100% accurate. He's right on that. They don't have any of them. And the one they had is now going to miss 1.5 years because of the surgery he just went through this week in Chase Dollander. So his beef is he's not going to hold his hat on just a month of because he wants more out of the baseball team. And I go, well, dude, they have to do these sort of things to become a team that you can respect and have expectations for. I think Jake has these through-the-roof expectations for the Rockies where you and I have lowered our expectations, much like the women in our lives have lowered our expectations to go, hey, what we got in front of us isn't all that bad.
You're only good enough because she gave up hope.
Yeah, that's right. Thank God all those guys that screwed up with Kelsey for her to land on me.
Well, and I would say this for Jake, save your calories, baby. Save your calories. What? Why would you be upset or like, I'm not going to go month by month or what? No. It's called baby steps. Don't they have to do this? I mean, we weren't just going to magically wake up and now they've got pitchers. And again, and I love Jake and I certainly appreciate him for filling in for me, but like, why would you have a demand like right now that be the case for the Colorado Rockies? We're just getting out of hell with this team.
Yeah.
We're just getting out of 3 years of hell with this team. I'll take a little cool, you know?
Dude, I told him yesterday, I'm like, dude, we were begging for wins a year ago.
Right.
Beggars can't be choosers. They're giving us wins.
We were completely ignoring them a year ago. Now we're not, based on what they do. They're the ones that control this. So I enjoy talking about him. There are some exciting things that happen with our guy, Warren Schaefer, and I think we should acknowledge it along the way, while I'm also not getting upset because they're not where they're supposed to be. They're so far away from where they're supposed to be. It's still going to take a couple of more years. So I think this is, I still believe you and I have the right approach of like, watch it game by game, see what this team is doing month by month. That's a good way to check in.
Alex, you're keeping an eye on these Rockies. How are you kind of approaching it versus our ideas versus where Jake was?
Yeah,
as a baseball purist that Jake is.
I think we're all on the same wavelength here where this team was beyond god-awful last year. The worst that we've seen in a very long time.
Historically bad.
Yeah, historically bad. Jake was saying a big reason he was upset is because we here in Colorado hold other teams to a higher regard or higher esteem. We expect more from the Nuggets. We expect more from the Broncos. That's true. That being said, what am I supposed to expect from a Colorado Rockies team that has always been this horrid? They've had a couple years that have been good, but when they finally start showing me something that I can kind of latch onto, why am I not going to latch onto that as a fan? Why are we not supposed to come in here and cheer them on a little bit, pump them up a bit, let people know that, look, we get it. The past 10 years have been what the past 10 years have been, with a sprinkle of good here and there, but they're starting to build something. And yes, it won't happen tomorrow, but a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, we could be talking about a team that's competing consistently. And I think discounting that because we're not holding them to the same standard as we do the Broncos is unfair to what the Rockies are doing right now.
I do too. And like I said, I started this whole entire year calling them a little newborn baby, the Colorado Rockies, right? And sometimes they're going to hold their head up and you're going to go, look how cute they are. And then they're going to roll over on their tummy. You're going, look at what they just did. And then other times they're going to poop their pants 3 times in an hour and you're going to go, what the hell is going on with this child? That's what the Colorado Rockies are.
Mm-hmm.
When they poop their pants 3 times in an hour, let's just go, that's kids doing kid stuff.
Right.
It's Rockies doing Rocky stuff. They're going to lose to some of the better teams across the landscape of Major League Baseball. But when they roll over on their tummy or they crawl for the first time, I'm going to go, look at them crawling. This is incredible.
Right.
That's how I'm choosing to approach
I think
this
that's
team.
how we should choose to approach this because it saves the headache. Baseball's an incredibly long season, longest in all of sports.
Too long.
So why in the world am I going to lose my mind that the Rockies aren't there yet? They're taking a step or two in the right direction. And as I often say, you end up in the direction you're going. So I merely ask all of us every single day in life and in sports, what direction are you headed? That'll tell you where you're going.
Yeah, that's
Are
right.
the Rockies headed in the right direction? Yes. Are they a million miles away?
Yes.
Yes. But are they taking steps in the right direction? We can assuredly say yes for
they
Warren
are.
Schaefer and company.
Yes, they are. Brian from Evans is checking in.
What up, Brian?
I like this. He writes, Brian's from Evans, Colorado. Lost a bet. Had to move to Nebraska. I like that. But he wrote, my grandfather used to write in all caps, too. It was easier for him to see and read with his aging eyes. Dang it. Now I feel like a complete jerk for what I did. I'm sorry if that's the case. I actually like when you write in the all caps. It's fun for us to yell the text from time to time. All right. And a few folks are here backing up Jake right now. Jake is 100% right. Again, that's
I'm
fine.
not saying Jake is wrong. I'm just saying his approach for these Rockies would perhaps need some altering.
Yeah.
And it's merely just a frustration thing. Are we all frustrated they're terrible? Yes, but are we going to say, same old Rockies? Are you not going to have any enjoyment in life?
Exactly.
Period. Are you not going to have zero enjoyment in life because the Rockies aren't? No. Are they making the right moves?
Yeah.
Some of them, yes.
I feel like these guys, maybe not Jake, but some of the texts I'm seeing now, like on a first date, you're expecting that person to be your mate for life. Like, all right, let's talk about marriage. Like, guys, that's not how this works. It takes a little time to build up to what a team is going to be. You can have your through-the-roof expectations, and you're going to be all up in your feelings for another 4 years with the Colorado Rockies. We're going to approach it differently, and we're going to be happy with what's going on in our lives. You want to be miserable over what a baseball team's doing? go ahead. It's all up to you what you've got going on. We're not going to do that. All right, hour one done. Let's get into quarter number 2. It's on deck, and I want to get back to a couple of Nuggets and Avs conversations. You said it earlier, Cecil. I want to dive into it some more. NFL drafts coming. NBA drafts done in the rear view. Have the Avs actually done more for their team than what the Nuggets have done? That's coming up next.
Is Denver's grip on Davis Webb stronger than anyone wants to believe?
So he's so appreciative of the opportunity and understands what a great opportunity is, and also what a great opportunity is to work under Sean for multiple years. He is not going to go coach at some franchise or some organization where you've got no chance to win. He's not going to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. My law firm's doing a ton of divorce cases these days, and the bottom line is I've seen a lot of controlling spouses. They try to control and threaten you with calling the police. They threaten you with taking the kids. But the worst ones are to control the money. The ones who control the money, we got to get to the bottom of. We got the investigators, we got the forensic guys, we got the experts, the bank guys. They can go find and track whatever's hidden. At the end of the day, hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bed?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Denver Deck Builders is a family-run business. Their owner, Ron Gibbous, is here with me. Family is what you have in mind when you build a deck.
Customer service is critical to us. We try to figure out what meets every customer's needs and build them a product that they will enjoy spending outdoor quality family time on. Deck time is usually family time.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Three 713-1043. Put your name on the end of every text, but tell us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck. Let us give you a little shout out on the show, you and your company. Same deal on YouTube. If you're watching the show, youtube.com/DenverSports. Click the Dover and Cecil stream. You're in just like that. Maybe hit that subscribe button for us if you got a couple extra clicks. Get in there, hang out in the Tribe chat, fueled by our friends over at Sean Ponda, and hit us up with Tribe and Trucker Roll Call. Plus, you can participate in any of the conversations that we have going on, like the one we're getting into now, about the Avs possibly doing a little bit more for their roster than what the Nuggets have done, despite the fact that the Nuggets have already had a chance to draft in really 3 different spots, traded out to get that 35th pick that they picked Brazil with. So a couple of trades have been made for the Avalanche, both done with Nashville, and nothing huge, but some minor moves to tweak what this lineup will look like. And now the Nuggets drafting 2 guys in the second round. It's also nothing huge, minor moves on the back end of your roster that might contribute sooner rather than later, or might have a big role down the road.
Then why are so many people like losing their minds about, I can't believe the Nuggets aren't doing it? The Nuggets aren't doing anything yet, and I'm not making any excuses for them, because trust me, I've seen the excuses on social networking. Oh, guys, the player they wanted wasn't there, so that's why. Okay. If you work for KSE, I'm not going to take your opinion on the Nuggets as any sort of gospel, because you're just covering for Stan and Josh. Stanley, you're covering for the Cronkies, basically. Well, of course they didn't do anything yet because the guy they wanted wasn't there. Stop making excuses. Just look at the real. And I look at the real of what the Nuggets did compared to the Avs, and I like what the Avs and Joe Sakic have done in terms of being able to help out with their product on the ice right now. With the Denver Nuggets, we have to take a longer view with the second-round picks. Again, I'm not exactly sure what people wanted. If you know, well, let me know and let us know. Ramoslauda.com text line, and also our YouTube chat powered by Sean Ponda. Let us know, what did you want? What did you want at this point? What did you want with those second-rounders? You wanted some clarity. You wanted to know the Nuggets are doing what they need to do, and I'm not saying they're not. Again, we're not the propaganda outlet, so we're not going to lie, basically, about what the Nuggets are doing. However, I look at the type of players that they've added, Brazil specifically, and I go, that's a recognition of knowing we need more youth, we need more athleticism, we need more presence at the rim, both offensively and defensively. And that's why the style of players that they add in the second round, Brazil specifically, tells me that they're aware of their flaws. And the first thing in life is know where your flaws are and then take steps to fix said flaws. I believe the Nuggets, small steps, very, very small, but the Nuggets have done that.
It's, what are you deficient in? How did your season end a year ago?
Right.
How did it end a year ago? They couldn't guard anybody. Couldn't guard anybody on the perimeter. They couldn't guard anybody.
They got punked
in the post.
That's how
they
it
got
ended.
punked. I love what Alex said earlier about what Trevin Brazil could be. A light version of Jaden McDaniels. That's Who beat them in the playoffs?
Jaden McDaniels.
Freaking McDaniels.
Yeah.
Go and get somebody that you know can help your roster sooner rather than later with the problems that you have right in front of you right now. I think that's what the Denver Nuggets did. And they're not done. You're right about that. You now have some movable assets in the second round to help you get off of a Zeke Naji contract, to help you get off of a Cam Johnson contract, which they're going to try to twist to say they have to do it so that they can re-sign Payton. We know that's not the truth. But again, we got to play the cards that are being dealt to us by the Cronkies, who have a different motive than we do.
Right.
Our motive is win a championship. Their motive is save money and then win a championship. I promise you that's what it is. They're not alone in that with owners, but that's where we deal with, and that's where they are.
I'm going to say something very painful, so Nuggets Nation, don't at me because it's just the truth and it's not meant to make you feel good. Their goal is to save money, and then you said then win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
I would alter that a little bit.
Okay.
You can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Save money, and if you happen to win a championship, then that's fine.
Yeah. Especially now that they got one with the Nuggets.
They aren't driven to win a championship because if they're driven to win a championship, you look everywhere. You do everything. You make sure to pay the money that you have to pay. Hey, look at what the Avs are doing, right? Hey, Cale Makar, wait till that deal comes down.
Mm-hmm.
And that deal comes down, what, the next couple of weeks, probably?
Probably.
That
could be.
It could be
next week.
As soon as next week.
The 30th.
An enormous amount of money coming at Cale Makar. Is Joe Sakic batting an eye? Now, I know it's the Cronkies. They have to do it as well. They're working within the salary cap structure. But what the Avs do, look at what the Broncos do. Hey, PS2, you're a little underpaid. Here's $5 million because.
Mm-hmm.
Not because you owed it, but just because. All right.
Because we operate under good business
That's
standards.
a team that's going for a championship. I believe the Avs are going for a championship. The Broncos are going for a championship. The Nuggets, let's save money, and if we happen to be around that, they just lucked into the best player their franchise is ever going to have.
Yeah.
And I say that luck because it's a second-round pick. It was luck, okay?
They did their due diligence, but nobody thought he'd turn into
nobody
that.
thought he would turn into this.
And it was my boy Tommy doing his due diligence that found him.
And Tommy's the one that found him, but no one pictured this. A should have been six-time MVP of the NBA, and you're just pissing it away. You're wasting it because you don't have that direction. If they happen to be in a championship position, then so be it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll pat themselves on the back and break their arms saying how great they are. But I don't think, and again, I could be wrong, but Nuggets Nation, tell me. I'm not in my feelings. I know they are. So you tell me, Nuggets Nation, do you have an ownership that is going to go all in to win a championship, or do you have ownership that is looking to save money, and if you happen to be in the championship conversation, then so be it? Because it looks like the latter to me, and it has
like
for
the
a
latter,
while.
yeah.
It has since the championship banner was hung up, and they really don't have the emphasis to get back there.
And even that, like, they did something really right by getting Michael, Jamal, and Nicole in the draft, and then the NBA changed the rules, and it happens to hurt them and punish them, but they stumbled upon that too. Michael Porter fell to them at 14 because everybody was afraid of that back injury. They took the risk and were rewarded for it, so they get credit. Nikola Jokic was this unknown commodity. Is he going to be a chubby, big fellow that never finds his basketball life or turn into what he turned into? They struck gold, but that required a lot of luck. So it definitely is the latter of the scenario that you were just describing. By the way, we'll spend some more time on it, but I mentioned we do this at 11. Zachary LaRue, one of the guys that the Avs traded, he's been suspended 12 times. Three games he missed for unsportsmanlike conduct, high sticking, more unsportsmanlike conduct, a fighting violation, high sticking again twice, aggressor, that's kind of weak, staged fight, missed a few games. He had a fan altercation that cost him 10 games in some minor hockey. So keep your head on a swivel, fans, and maybe bite your tongue out there. A sucker punch suspension, another fight suspension. He's been suspended at the NHL level for slew foot, which you definitely don't want to have that associated to you. It's real dirty stuff. 12 different times this guy has been punished by the league he's playing in for some questionable decisions.
So I would say, as an Avs fan, get ready for him to be suspended a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that tells me. Don't get suspended at the wrong time, which
That's
is
right.
the postseason. That's the
exactly
main
right.
thing. Show that physicality. Keep that physicality in the postseason, but don't dare cross that line.
Yeah. You got to walk the fine line so that everybody has their head on a swivel on the other side on that sheet of ice, but don't hurt the team if you can help them. All right, we've hit the offseason for the Broncos. I broke down the Broncos roster into 22 groups. See, some are just single players, other positions, and then coaches. We're breaking down a group or a player each day until we get to camp. Today, a deep dive into J.K. Dobbins. That is coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drives Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last up, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network, and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
It's hot out there. Stoke here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for one of the hottest summers we've ever seen? It might be time to cut your air conditioner and draft a new high-performing air conditioning system that will keep you and your home cool and comfortable. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
I'm Rob Wilhite. If you've been in a car accident, you need experience that wins. For almost 50 years in Colorado, my firm has recovered over $1 billion for crash victims. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
Hi, this is Larry Jager with SCL Mortgage. It's home buying season in Colorado, and we can offer you the best loan program at the best available rate. Visit us at myspecialmortgage.com or call 303-790-2222, NMLS number 1200716.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we are full in the Broncos offseason, so we're talking about a player, a group, a coach, one of those things every day right around 11:15 and at 1:15 every day on the show. So hopefully you can get here for some of those. If not, of course, the boys, Alex and Kevin, got our podcast for you available immediately after the show is over. But today we're on to J.K. Dobbins. We talked a little bit about Bo Nix yesterday and what were some expectations for Bo. Since I put his projected stats for me. 4,200 yards, 30 passing touchdowns, 11 interceptions, 400 passing yards.
Okay.
I actually said in between 400 and 420, dude. And a couple
for
more
rushing yards?
Yeah. And
Okay.
then about 3 or 4 rushing touchdowns as well.
Okay, yeah.
And I told Jake that puts him in elite categories of 4,000 yards passing,
Right.
30 touchdowns, and less than 15 interceptions.
I think anywhere from 3,800 yards to 4,200 yards is appropriate. Okay. So I would be there with you in terms of projections for Bo Nix. He's going to be around 4,000 yards. He's going to be around 30 passing touchdowns, going to be around 10 INTs. Rushing yards, that's the one that can be maneuvered and manipulated by how successful their ground game is.
And how healthy he remains. So if we do that same exercise for J.K. Dobbins, one, I want to talk about what the pecking order is in that running back room and just some of our expectations for J.K. Dobbins if he can ever beat his best career year as far as touchdowns and yardage goes. But if we go J.K. Dobbins expectations, first and foremost, and I did it like the guys are doing it on the text line now because Alex from Frederick texted in at the RamosLaw.com text line. He said, and it's all caps. Hi, Josh and Cecil. I'm a longtime listener with 20/20 vision, but I have FOMO, so now I'm on board with yelling now via text.
Nice.
Alex from Frederick.
I like that.
So I like that a lot. In caps, we'll have some fun with that. You can continue to do those things. Because I wrote it down on a rundown. If you see it right there. The biggest expectation for JK, play in the playoffs. You're going to miss time. Don't make it January and dare I say February. So first, second, and third on my list is play in the playoffs.
Yes, because J.K. Dobbins is going to miss time. If J.K. Dobbins misses October, I don't care.
Nope.
If J.K. Dobbins misses November, I don't care. Even if J.K. Dobbins misses December, I don't care. Is he in there in January?
Yeah.
Is he out there when it matters? Yeah. Okay, good. And by the way, the reason I don't care is because this team is ready for him to miss time because they drafted Jonah Coleman. And it's one of those things, I want J.K. Dobbins healthy for the postseason. That doesn't mean he has to play 17 games. That doesn't mean he has to rush for 1,000 yards. That doesn't mean he has to get whatever number. Like, this isn't fantasy football. This is how do you win a championship. J.K. Dobbins can be a key cog. He can be the most important cog outside of Bo Nix. That can be J.K. Dobbins. Jalen Waddle, Bo Nix, J.K. Dobbins. If you tell me how those 3 seasons go, I can tell you how the Broncos do. And J.K. Dobbins is in that mix with the franchise quarterback and with the superstar receiver they just added. Why? Because J.K. Dobbins is incredibly talented when he's healthy. He just struggles to stay healthy. I had my buddy Matt Waldman, who covers the draft better than anybody. Matt Waldman said, this is like post-injury Frank Gore, where he's still good, but he's not what he used to be, but he's still really good. Like post-injury Frank Gore. Frank Gore tore his knee twice in college and then played for 20 years. So with J.K. Dobbins, you still get really, really high-level play, also while knowing it's going to be about 8 to 10 games. So where do those 8 to 10 games lie? As long as it's towards the end of the season and into the postseason, that's all that really matters to me.
See, and I wrote down, like, could he get to 12 to 14 games? That's probably wishful thinking on my part. But if we go, all right, maybe we meet in the middle and we call 8 to 12 games for a J.K. Dobbins. And again, at the right time of the season, Does that lead to anywhere between 900 and I wrote 1,050 yards? He's never been a 1,000-yard back because of the injuries that he sustained, and he's never got to double-digit touchdowns, but has flirted with it twice, scoring 9 touchdowns as a rookie in Baltimore and 9 touchdowns with the Chargers back in 2024. But that's 15 games played and 13 games played. No coincidence that those same exact years are the most yardage he's ever had because those are the most games that he's ever had.
Right.
So if you're telling me he's playing up to 12 games, 13 games that he did in 2024, he can get 1,000 yards. He might even be able to get 10 touchdowns depending on how Davis operates inside the 5-yard line. But I'm not going to go, you got to get double digits and you got to get 1,000 yards. If J.K. Dobbins plays in January and February and gives me 900 to 1,000 yards with 6-7 touchdowns, that's a great year for J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, that's a great year for J.K. Dobbins, and that's what this team needs. They need that great year for J.K. Dobbins because not that he will determine their Super Bowl chances. I think that comes down to Bo Nix and Davis Webb. How does Davis Webb set up this offense for Bo Nix? How do they look better with tempo as a weapon with Jalen Waddle? It all comes down to those two. Does Davis Webb and Bo Nix, is that a great marriage? If it is, the Broncos win the Super Bowl. J.K. Dobbins is part of that because the offense is structured as such, or at least it should be, where they're going to have a little bit more balance. Still a Sean Payton playbook, so it's not total balance, but they will lean on their ground game. This comes back to Bo Nix running the ball less in designed runs. He can still scramble, he can still scoot, he can still get out of his way, get out of trouble, but not the designed runs that we saw him get injured against the Buffalo Bills on. So less of those, more of JK, and if he's not ready, this is the thing about the NFL. It's called not for long for a reason, and even as talented as J.K. Dobbins is, if you get banged up, Jonah Coleman takes your job and you may never get it back. Even if he's ready for the postseason, J.K. Dobbins may get hurt this year, come back for the playoff run as a reserve.
Well, I wrote down the question because, like, hey, will Jonah Coleman take his job? And if that goes down, is it only injury-based while he can lose his job? Or can Jonah show some things where you go, this guy's going to be hard to take off the field, even for J.K. Dobbins?
Jonah's already done that. In rookie minicamp, in OTAs, even missing an OTA week because he was graduating, or at least the open day for the media, and then in mandatory minicamp. Jonah Coleman's already rolled into the situation where it's like he's the third down back. He already is right now.
He hasn't even played a game.
Exactly. So you asked the question, one, what's my name? Heisenberg. Say my name. Heisenberg. What's my name? Jonah Coleman's agent.
Yeah.
Jonah Coleman's number one guy. My agent. I love his game. I would have taken him at 30. He would have been a first-round pick for me. There's zero question about that. So can he take J.K. Dobbins' job without injury? Yeah, he can. Is that actually going to be what happens? Probably not. But it's still good that the Broncos are ready. They are ready when J.K. Dobbins gets hurt.
You brought up Breaking Bad. I just saw this morning that Bryan Cranston, what was his name on the show?
Walter White.
Walter White, yeah. Kept telling Aaron Paul, Jesse.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, I think they're writing you off. He kept telling him, like,
well, he was supposed to be in the first season. He was going to die,
he was gonna get
and he
killed
was
in
so
the first
popular that Vince Gilligan kept him in it, like rewrote it to keep Jesse in it.
So he must have known that, and he kept telling him, like, I think they're writing you off soon, just to keep Aaron on his toes every day. I'm like, that's busting balls the way you're supposed to bust balls.
Those guys have a great relationship and a great tequila.
Oh, really?
They have a tequila together, yeah.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I like Aaron Paul. Actually, Aaron Paul's been in a couple of, like, smaller role things
Yeah,
where
science.
he's really good.
Yeah.
He's great. It's an all-time great show.
Yeah, except every time I see Aaron Paul, I think, oh, that's Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Jesse in Need for Speed? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Could Need for Speed be part of the Breaking Bad universe?
It's like, you're going to pull over and sell drugs, right? Like, you can't just race the whole time. You got to sell drugs. One last question about JK. His best year came in 2024. 13 games played, basically the full-time starter there, 905 rushing yards and 9 touchdowns. Can he repeat that this season?
Yeah, he can repeat that.
I kind of think that's what I'm looking at. Like 12, 13 games, about 900 yards, and 9 touchdowns is a very healthy number because I think Jonah and RJ will be a part of this conversation scoring-wise in the red zone, and we're about to talk about inside the 5. But 900 yards, that amount of games, and I'll call it 7 touchdowns. I think he can do that. In fact, I think he must do that.
I think that's something where if you say, where's the line at for J.K. Dobbins? I think that's the line.
Got it. Yep.
Like,
right
what
there.
does he need to do? You straight up need J.K. Dobbins to do this. I think that's the line that we're establishing there.
Do what you did for the Chargers in 24, for the Broncos in 26, and this team's going to the Super Bowl. Kevin Kistner had some good numbers for us in this week's Kiss My Stats. I want to run them by Cecil now that you're back, Cecil, about the Broncos, how they operate inside the 5-yard line. I'll add a layer to that conversation about specific play calls we'll want to see inside the 5. That's coming up next.
The Nuggets went shopping for athleticism, experience, and depth in the NBA draft. Denver grabbed Arkansas forward Trevin Brazil, a 6'10" playmaker with elite-length, explosive athleticism. Then added Bryce Hopkins, a physical wing from St. John's who helped lead the Red Storm to Big East titles and brings toughness, rim pressure, and versatility. Are these second-round picks the next hidden gems to develop alongside Nikola Jokic? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here for my friend SodaDietNutrition.com. Why don't you call them up, 866-800-SODA. Why? Because 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds, 60 pounds gone with soda. Why? Because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. Listen, you need the dynamic diet which soda provides for you, because here's the thing. Everyone has different food responses. Everyone has different schedules. And honestly, it was my super busy schedule. I'm so busy that I thought there's no way I could lose this weight. That was wrong. Why? Because the dynamic diet that soda provided for me, custom fit for me, for my lifestyle. I lost the 60 pounds, never going back 5 years ago. And I've kept the weight off. And they always say, that's the hardest part, right? Well, soda is there for me. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It can work for you as well. 866-800-SODA. That's what the phone number I want you to call. 866-800-SODA. And also online, SodaDietNutrition.com. I absolutely love them. I thank them for giving my life back, my confidence back, my swagger is back. All thanks to soda. You want to drop that weight, you want to keep it off, SodaDietNutrition.com, because SOTA is, everyone say it with me, state of the art.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Summer has officially arrived. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors wants to help you get your home ready before the seasons change. All June long, when you purchase a whole house of siding, you'll get free gutter guards, a limited time offer designed to protect your home and your wallet. Don't wait, guys. Book your project now and enjoy stunning new siding before fall weather rolls in. Visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on the Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Colorado's largest fireworks show, 22 minutes that absolutely blow the roof off. July 4th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But first, the main event. Team USA takes on Portugal in the inaugural World Rugby Nations Cup with Tonga versus Zimbabwe kicking off the doubleheader. The free Fourth Fest Festival starts at 3 p.m. 2 world-class rugby matches. Then a fireworks finale that'll rattle your fillings. America's 250th. One epic night. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
1-866
Kids. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Plumbline Services, serving Colorado since 1998 for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Service at home, servants at heart.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is forward. FORWARD. Text forward to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's forward to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
We love it when our guy Kevin Kistner comes up with some numbers for us. We call it Kiss My Stats.
Kiss My Stats.
We got into this a little bit yesterday, Cecil, but I wanted your thoughts on it, and then I added another layer with, hey, what kind of plays are we going to be seeing inside the 5-yard line? We talked about it yesterday. The Broncos offense, how they operate inside the 5-yard line. They've made 25 trips, and really what we're talking about here is they snap the ball from the 5-yard line or in 25 times a year ago. In those times, they scored 19 of the 25, 15 touchdowns and 4 field goals. 6 trips led to 0 points. That's not very good. But how did that break down? Of the 46 total plays that were called on those 25 trips, 26 of those were pass attempts, 20 of those were rush attempts. 8 out of 20 went for a touchdown on the ground. 7 out of 26 went for a touchdown in the air. So your percentage is better rushing, but not a big gap between the two. And then we talked about some of the negative plays. There was 1 interception and 2 sacks of those 26 plays. So 3 negative plays inside the 5 passing the ball. You had about 3, 4, 5, 6 negative plays running the ball where you gain no yards or you're actually pushed backwards. No yards to me is a little weird of like, technically, yeah, it's a negative play. But if it's on first down and you go right back to it and gain those yards to score a touchdown, you go, all right, you're just kind of breaking the will of the defense and you got over on
And
them.
Everything's so tight because you're inside the 5.
Exactly.
So, yeah, these things are going to happen.
So I thought to myself, all right, as much as maybe we go, maybe there has to be this bigger emphasis on running the ball specifically inside the red area or the 5-yard line, this is kind of close, especially for a Sean Payton-led offense. Remember, last year, our number was 7. If there were 7 more pass attempts than rush attempts, that's about as balanced as you're going to get with Sean Payton. Well, here we are talking about the play calling being 6 different passes versus rushes. Again, the guy that wants them to run the ball, hand raised, I'm that dude. I think I probably got to live with this.
Yeah.
This is who they are and understand this is what they're going to do.
That's where they're building from. I'll say that.
Okay.
I'm not going to say this is who they are because I don't know how Davis Webb's going to call plays. Right? We
But
just
that's
have a
the
great
foundation,
unknown.
the base of?
Well, and one of the things, much like the Nuggets and their draft picks, we can look at the Broncos and say, do you know your flaws? Do you know your flaws? Because that's a start, right? The Nuggets are not a finished product, and maybe they trade Cam Johnson or whatever, but do you know your flaws? The answer with the Denver Nuggets is yes. Are they going to do anything about it? How much money does it
TBD,
cost?
yeah.
Right? With the Denver Broncos, you can say, okay, do you understand your flaws? It's a flaw for this team not to rely on the ground game as much as others. It's a flaw of this team not to rely on, yes, 3 tight end sets like others. Look at what the Rams do. And again, I think the Rams are the best team in football. Don't at me, bro. Broncos country. The Broncos are a top 3 team in this league. But I think it comes down to the Rams, Seattle, and Denver. What's that pecking order like? Well, 2 of them are in the NFC West, so
they'll beat up on each other.
They'll beat up on each other, and we'll see what that looks like. But the Broncos are right there. They are right there. If you tell me they have more balance, if you tell me that in the red zone they're going to run the ball a little bit more, and that means more J.K. Dobbins, more R.J. Harvey with that nose for the end zone, and yeah, even a dash of Jonah Coleman, I think that's nothing but good things for this entire offense. So I think the best way to look at it is that's where they're building from. But are you going to be the same or are you going to be different? And I think the worst thing in sports and in life to do and to say and to think and to be is the same as you ever were.
Yeah. If you're not changing, something's wrong.
If you're not improving, if you're not upgrading, if you're not making strides forward, and that's where Davis Webb can come in and say, you know what? We get to the red zone, we get inside the 5, let's run the ball a little bit more.
So what does that look like as far as, okay, if you're going to have a few more pass attempts, how could you be more successful in scoring from the red zone or from the 5-yard line? Well, we've talked a ton about Jalen Waddle getting all this attention wherever he is on the side of the field.
Right.
Safety's going to cheat on that side. Linebacker's going to cheat on that side to try to take away that quick slant from Jalen too. What's that mean for Cortland? One-on-one on that side. He's going to be bigger than most DBs.
Yep.
That's a quick 2-3 step drop from both 3 steps, back foot planted. You're throwing that up in the air to the spot. They should practice that over and over. They should be making that throw and that catch in their sleep by the time we get to week 1. So that's the biggest one. Cortland Sutton's now going to be one-on-one inside the 5-yard line. Touchdown Broncos.
Exactly. And that's the thing. How do you get better in the red zone? You got more weapons. You better be better. One of the main differences you're going to see, and I fully believe that the Davis Webb offense, you're going to think you're not watching the Broncos. Y'all think you know Bo Nix. Even the guys that called him a third-round pick, they're so funny. They're so cute. They called him a third-round pick because they didn't study and didn't know his game. They just reiterated what Todd McShay said.
They don't research, they regurgitate.
Mama's wrong again because they were wrong about Bo Nix, and I think that people are going to think they know Bo Nix, and Davis Webb is going to show you what can really be done with Bo Nix. We are about to see the best version of Bo Nix this year, and that means we're about to see Bo Nix jump into the top 5 of quarterbacks in the NFL. How do you do that? More creativity in the red zone, more touchdowns for Bo. Could Bo get 40 touchdowns this year? Yeah. Am I going to project that? No. I got him around 30.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. But I'm telling you.
Dude, our numbers are, that's top 5 if he gets to what we rattled off in hour 1.
I love magical thinking. And I understand some people would say, oh, no. You keep expectations low because then, you don't overpromise and underdeliver. No, baby. Shoot for the stars. Because even if you miss, you're going to hit high. The high for me is Bo Nix is a top 5 quarterback this year. The high for me is Bo Nix could be a 5,000-yard passer one day. I'm still sticking by my story. I've not seen anything from Bo Nix to say he can't be those things.
Yeah.
And this year might be the year he does it. I'm not saying 5,000, but 4,000, 30-plus touchdowns. These are all within the realms of distinct possibility.
So we talk about the options with Cortland on that side. Let's say, and I think you and I would agree that it's going to work. Cortland one-on-one's going to win a lot of those matchups. And then you're a defensive coordinator and you go, damn it, it works for them. That's not going to beat me. Hey, you go over on that side linebacker, go over there on that side safety. Guess what? You're going to leave Jalen Waddle one-on-one or that safety be 2 feet back. 2 feet, literally, I'm not the distance, your feet. Take 2 steps backwards. You're too late, you're too slow, and you're not athletic enough to get in front of Jalen Waddle on that quick slant. So now you have a choice for Cortland and a choice for Jalen on the outside for a little bottle service connection touchdown time.
I love the bottle service that we're going to see this year for the Broncos, and Bo Nix's favorite target is?
The open guy.
You're in the red zone. You're inside the 5. Just go get open. Bo's going to find you.
We haven't even talked about tight end. If that comes, I'm hesitant to do it because I want to see it first, but that's a part of this conversation too.
We haven't even talked about how Davis Webb can steal some stuff from your guy, Hank Scorpio, Sean McVay.
And he should.
And make Jalen Waddle kind of their Puka Nacua, which means insert, escort, and exit motion, which means touchdowns galore for Bo Nix.
Has he got the body to do that?
Does Puka have the body to do that?
I guess he's willing to throw it around recklessly.
Exactly. So with Jalen, no, he doesn't have the body to do that. But again, it's about creativity. Not that Sean Payton lacks creativity. They just didn't have the horses to run his full playbook. They do now.
Yep.
Anyone out there throwing around Bo Nix is not the best. Okay, just you wait. Wait until this season. Let's see what Davis Webb can do with this type of talent surrounding Bo Nix. They're about ready to blow the doors off the league.
I can't wait for September. Cannot wait to get out there and get our eyes on what this offense is going to be. We'll be all over it when they get back to work here in about 5 weeks from right now. All right, let's check our Twitter timeline. What's happening on our Twitter timeline that we wanted to share with the tribe? I've got, believe it or not, boys, a dishwasher tip for all of us. I learned something about my dishwasher today that I want to share with the crew because I'm however old I am, and I just learned this today. So I'll share it coming up next.
The Denver Nuggets are staring at a crossroads. So what does this mean for the core, the future, and the window that was supposed to stay wide open?
I haven't heard a good plan yet from anyone. I love this stuff. I cannot think of a rock solid plan right now. I haven't heard a rock solid plan, and there's smart people that I listen to locally and nationally that talk about this stuff at a high level. And I'm saying the same thing. I still have not heard a good plan.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, sex, intimacy, and love are essential to fulfilling a relationship. And if erectile dysfunction is not taken seriously, it's going to steal your enjoyment. It's going to weaken your intimacy and place stress on your relationship, stress on your partner, which is completely unfair to them and, believe it or not, to you. So how do you avoid all of that? You deal with erectile dysfunction, and you do it with my team at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that will work when those pills or herbals fail. You want to trust the pros. That's exactly what Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you lasting an hour or more. Some can have you having sex the day after your appointment. Your partners probably do both of those things depending on how long you've been putting this off. Your stomach can't hurt every night. You can't have a headache every night. Don't you want to have sex? Well, deal with ED right now. First appointment's only $99. If you take a test dose in the office and that doesn't work, they don't want your money. This isn't about getting rich. It's about helping men have sex again as we get a little bit older and deal with ED. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. One is within 20 minutes of you right now. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Set your first appointment up today by going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Rob Wilhite, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting for seriously injured car accident victims in Colorado. Serious accidents demand serious representation. We dig into every detail of your case, and we don't back down until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you or someone you love has been seriously injured in a car accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today at 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the crew? I've got a couple. Big Perm. I like this from Big Perm. It feels like we know each other, Big Perm. He says, don't tell me, Dover, that you were putting regular dish soap in the dishwasher. No, I didn't do that.
Okay.
Didn't
Wait a second.
Didn't do that. Although I moved out of my parents' house when I was 17. I graduated high school early. It's like the only thing I did right in high school. I graduated high school early, and so I was like done with school when all my friends were still in school. And I went and got an apartment on my own, and was a huge mistake. It lasted 28 days before they threw us out. But the first time I went to do laundry, and I'm a stupid 17-year-old boy. My mommy did my laundry for me forever. I washed everything with bleach. I literally, cup of bleach right on top, ruined everything.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah. I didn't do that, but I have made some of those similar mistakes.
All right. Well, what do you got here? What's going on?
So
Dishwasher.
We all have the dishwasher, right? Hopefully you have your working dishwasher. And the top shelf where I put the cups and everything, I just did the dishes last night. Come in the morning, open it up. There's still water all over the top of every cup or little bowl. Then you go to take it out, and it's on your shirt or it's on the floor or whatever. There is this little tab. Look at this. There's this little tab on the side. I'm assuming every dishwasher has it. I know mine does. I checked this morning. Where you just go on the side and you click that one button on the side, it lowers one half completely down. So your top shelf sits at an angle to release the water on top of your cups and bowls.
Okay.
Did you know this, or am I an idiot?
No,
we're both idiots.
Revealing this to me for the first time. So
All right.
there's a way to not have the water on top of your coffee mugs, basically.
So where the sliders are on your rails of the top level of the dishwasher, there's a little button on that side. Push it in, pull down on the rails, and the level is going to come down with you. The case thing is going to come down right there with it.
Okay.
So we're all learning something new today.
That is something new.
I feel less dumb that you didn't know too. So thank you for being right there with me.
Thank you for being less dumb?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Or being more dumb,
Or being as dumb as me.
Okay.
Thank you for being equally dumb. Yes. We got there.
Okay.
How did this happen?
Why did that happen?
Because we're not very smart.
Because you didn't click the little tab thing.
Yeah, I now know. All right, I got to get to this with you. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I got to get your opinion. Our friend Nikki Javala quote tweeted it with the "oh no."
Oh yeah, I like that tweet from Nikki.
It's the Broncos boat pick. Now, it's not in the playoffs. They're not smoking blunts that we can see. That's what the Giants were doing. It was in the playoffs, and they were smoking a little reefer out there on the boat when that was going down. I look at this, and I go, all right, Bo Nix, Cortland Sutton, Evan Ingram, Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, R.J. Harvey, young, rich dudes, have some time off, get together and do cool stuff on the river, a lake, and sit on a boat. I don't think this is a curse in any way, but I'd like how fun it's been this week on the internet.
Yeah, I don't think it's a curse anyway, but it's a little Bo Nix passing, little Sam Ehlinger put it on, right? They're down in Austin.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was Sam Ehlinger that put it on.
Yeah, Sam Ehlinger putting it on, which is fine. Just go win. I think, our guy Zach Stevens was like, this is cool. I'm like, it's all right. I don't really participate in that. And again, it's not about Zach or anybody else that does it, because a lot of people do it where they're like, the Broncos' wives got together and they watched a movie. And I'm like, I could give a rat's ass.
Yeah, it's so weird.
I don't care if they're on a boat. I don't care if they're at a movie theater. Just go win. Just go win. That's all that matters to me. So if you happen to retweet that or get excited about it, that's fine, baby. That's awesome. Great. Are they going to win? That's all I care about. It really doesn't matter to me. The boat trip and this trip or whatever. Just get together, go win.
Again, it's June. They don't play real football till September. If you want to take some of that hard-earned money you've earned and kick it with your boys on a boat, I think you should absolutely go do that.
So be it.
Yeah. It's summer vacation. Take a little bit of vacation.
It's on vacation.
Feeling really nicey.
Nicey. Cease. What's on your time?
This one comes in from the Knicks wall.
Got their own Twitter page?
I just don't understand where my money is going. Food, $200. Data, $150. Rent, $800. My mortgage is more than that.
Yeah, where are you living for $800?
Knicks championship merch, $7,900. I have no idea where all my money's going.
Have you stopped purchasing yet?
Right. Has that been paused yet? That's the thing. The championship gear is on its way. Yeah. Fanatics? Why does Fanatics have to be so bad? Why are they so bad at creating merch and getting you your merch? The Knicks won the title 84 years ago, and I don't have my championship T-shirt yet.
And if it's official, you have to go through a Fanatics to make it the official one, right?
Yeah. I'm just going to go get it from some dude on the street.
Yeah.
I don't care. And I used to be don't ever buy fake stuff guy. Baby, whatever. I want to rock the gear that says championship. And, I've spent a bunch of money. Not $7,900, but I've spent a bunch of money on that.
Well, if your rent's $800, you have that extra.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know where that person's living for $800, but I need to find that out.
$800. But either way, give me another one. I got another one for you.
One more.
Auntie Chills, classic. That's for
heard
sure.
That one in a minute.
Orwell and Good on Twitter says an Icelandic TV station accidentally aired The Sopranos subtitles over Teletubbies.
I don't know that's accidental. How do you accidentally do that?
And the screenshot is two Teletubbies being weird because Teletubbies are weird, and the title, the captions, the closed caption said, "I know you were high at my mother-in-law's funeral." And it's Teletubbies.
Oh, that is outstanding.
I don't know if this is real, but it's Twitter, so it has to be real. That's the greatest. As a Sopranos fan, seeing Sopranos, but the dubbed over Teletubbies would be kind of interesting. I'm kind of down with that.
Did we do it this week, the TV dad question? Kevin, I don't know if you said it on air or in my ear. We didn't mention Tony Soprano as an all-time great TV dad. Was he a great dad? I mean, he had a bunch of money to give to his kids, but he also was murdered in front of them in that restaurant, right? Because that's what happened.
Spoiler alert.
Oh.
Well, hey, you just finished watching Sopranos a year ago.
Yeah,
so.
I'm new to it too, so maybe I shouldn't have done that. And that's my interpretation of what happened when the screen went black. So Tony Soprano should have been a part of that conversation.
Give me another one. I got another one.
Everybody has dreams. Dreams of making the playoffs. Dreams of winning the Super Bowl. Dreams of Santa Claus coming down the chimney with all your favorite toys. But I'm into nightmares.
Yeah, nightmares. What is the WNBA doing?
Not protecting Caitlin Clark?
Not protecting Caitlin Clark at all whatsoever. They did a 30 poster, and this is WNBA actually tweeted this. Bring a piece of WNBA history home. Celebrate 30 years of the W with this commemorative anniversary poster. Caitlin Clark's not on it.
She's not on the
now,
poster.
I know she's only been in the league a couple of years, but
she is the
she's
league.
the reason why you're not flying coach.
Yeah.
Yet all the players straight up abuse her, straight up push her around, straight up attack her. And I know that Caitlin did this in college. She gets a little floppy. Okay, I know that.
She
we all
plays
knew
the
that.
sport of basketball. It's required.
Exactly. I think it's required now.
Yeah.
So maybe SGA level floppy, if you wanted to say that about Caitlin. But she's getting straight up abused on the court, and they don't ever call anything.
Asia Wilson, Napisha Collier, Kelsey Mitchell, all of those three ladies make over $1 million playing in the WNBA. They don't sniff that dollar amount without Caitlin Clark.
Right.
I think it's absolutely pathetic. Like if I were Caitlin Clark, and I know she has more on the line than a guy like me would, but you're gonna have to punch someone in the face on television in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
To start to get more policing around you. That lady last night comes down on her neck with her fist.
Yes.
And then she had to put her knees up to not be kicked by the one behind her.
Right.
That's what I don't understand, why these women don't respect Caitlin Clark, because y'all don't do anything that you're doing right now without her involved in the league. She's not the best player. Asia Wilson is. But Caitlin's the face of it, and the reason things are changing in that league is because of her. I'm literally rooting for Caitlin to just punch one of these girls in the face.
Yeah, like boss up and bow up.
Straight up.
It might have to come to that, unfortunately, and nobody's rooting for that sort of violence, but
remember when Jokic ran over Morris, one of the Morris bros?
Whichever the Morris
He just
ones?
got fed up.
Yeah.
Caitlin's going to have to do the same thing.
I think Caitlin's going to have to do that, and then it is on. And is there an anti-Jordan rule? Because we all remember the Jordan rules, and he had them.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows he had them.
Yeah.
Guess what? I think that there's an anti-Jordan rule for Caitlin where they can just abuse her and nobody cares.
Mm-hmm. Except for our girl Sophie. She needed to do a little more
Sophie,
last night,
yes.
but we're big fans of Miss Cunningham here.
Big fans of Sophie.
I wonder if the Fever have a game when I'm out there.
I do know this.
I could get a media pass.
And Alex,
interviewer,
double check me on this. I believe the Knicks open their season with NBC on the broadcast, which means Reggie Miller gets to watch as they hang up a banner.
You son of a
and
gun.
MSG. Yes. Take that, Reggie.
Damn it.
Cheryl was always better than you, Reggie. Cheryl Miller was a baller now.
Yes, she was.
She's a baller.
Yes, she was.
And I always said, mainly because I give it to Pacers fans like you, I always said Cheryl was better than Reggie because I think she was. Cheryl Miller was incredible.
Like her peak versus his peak. It's a fair conversation to have.
And her game compared to his game was great from the arc.
Yeah. She did everything.
She did it all. Mm-hmm. She rebounded. She shot from the block, like had turnaround, like she had an amazing game.
You know what?
Reggie Miller on the broadcast.
I actually kind of like that. I kind of like that. That's good sports
I think it's
drama.
like sweet poetic justice.
Good sports drama right there by NBC and the NBA. All right, that's what's on our timeline. We check it every day right around 11:45. We'll get back to the Nuggets. Did they get better with the NBA draft now in the rear view? We're going to answer that. Tell you how we feel about the latest Avs trade coming up next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond.
But there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Dylan.
And I'm Shayna Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, an entire store totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times of certified loose diamonds.
And Denver's true diamond experts, like me, who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money, guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring,
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
That's why every day more couples say will you with Williams,
where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Cheyenne Frontier Days, the 130th Frontier Nights lineup is locked and legendary. Starting with Treaty Oak Revival and Jesse Murph, Alex Warren with Noah Cyrus, the Red Clay Strays with Wyatt Flores, Riley Green and Trace Adkins, Blake Shelton with Avery Anna, Hardy and Cameron Whitcomb, and Zach Top with Jody Messina. 10 days, one legend. Frontier Nights tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Colorado weather can be tough on your roof. If hail, wind, or storm damage strikes, call Colorado's Best Roofing. Locally owned since 2012, they're a GAF Master Elite contractor with an A+ BBB rating, serving residential and commercial properties. Schedule your free roof inspection today at roofingcolorado.com.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Most home sellers get one offer. It's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers. You review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Lindsay, those boys will get you home. If you're a late starter for the day, we've got you covered there as well from 6 to 7 p.m. with a little Denver Sports Tonight action. We're live. We're local. We're talking all things Denver sports right here on Denver's #1 sports station, 104.3 The Fan. We've got some news to talk about, some roster things happening with the Nuggets because of the NBA draft, some roster things happening with the Avalanche because, well, Super Joe is aggressive, and he's out there making some trades with his old buddy Chris McFarland. We're going to start with the NBA draft, Cease, with what the Nuggets did last night. In round number 2, they already had the 49th selection overall. They added the 35th selection thanks to a trade in round 1 with the San Antonio Spurs. They used the 35th overall selection to pick Trevin Brazil, another second-round pick coming in at number 49 with Bryce Hopkins. Trevin Brazil is a guy that I look at as I think he can make an impact as soon as this year. We'll figure out how the rest of the roster is built up, but the fact that they are, working with the constraints that they're working with when it comes to their financials, and those are all self-implied constraints, but
I was going to say,
they have them.
Those are constraints put in by themselves.
Yeah, they're tying their own hands behind their back and telling everybody, look how hard it is to work without
it's
any
so
hands.
tough, right? We're billionaires. It's so tough.
But you tied your hands behind your back. So with Brazil, I look at this guy as a long player, rim protector. He can finish at the rim. They're running like double screens for him off inbound plays to just catch, dunk it right from the baseline there. He actually has some nice touch around the rim, can finish with both hands. I saw him operate with a couple of like baby hooks, and I'm like 8 feet away, but like still using that length to create separation. That's nice to see. He shot a few threes as a college player. I would advise against that at the NBA level for the foreseeable future, for right away for Brazil. But, man, this is a guy that I think he has a role on this team, like from game 1 all the way through game 82, with it kind of elevating throughout the season. And maybe as we get into February, March, and you're starting to put your rotation together for the postseason, maybe David Adelman wants to see what he looks like alongside Nikola Jokic. If Aaron's not on the roster or the body is broken down and let us all down again, this is a dude that can fill that Aaron Gordon spot. Less of a threat offensively.
Right.
But who Aaron is right now and who Trevin might become, we're not talking about a major gap right now.
What do you immediately see when we watch Brazil?
Defender.
Attack.
Yeah.
Attack is what I immediately see, and that's also as a defender.
That's what I mean. Like, he's attacking the basketball.
Yeah, he's attacking the basketball, and he's attacking when he gets the ball because he wants to look for a jam. He wants to throw it in your face. He wants to have some attitude on the basketball court. And isn't it exactly what the Nuggets were missing? Did the Nuggets have any sort of attitude? Minnesota not only beat them up physically, not only took them out mentally, because there's no doubt about it, the Nuggets lost the mental game against Minnesota. You got backups punking you. It's not the physical punking, which is part of it, but it's not just the physical. Mentally, you're weak. If you allowed a backup Minnesota team, Minnesota with a few reserves, were able to beat you and were able to punk you. That means mentally you were weak. When you watch a guy like Brazil, you see that attack. You see that aggressiveness. You see that dominance near the rim as an offensive player and as a defensive player. So it's not the complete solve for everything, obviously. I know some people might take issue. You guys are talking about a second-round pick. It's not going to do anything. Okay, baby. Let's take the proper perspective. They know what they're missing. They just added some of that. It's not the complete answer. They still might trade Cam Johnson or whatever the future holds for anybody, but they understand they needed more aggressiveness, they needed more athleticism, and they needed someone on the attack, both defensively and offensively. And Brazil, as soon as you turn on the highlights, that's all you see. This kid's often, always on the attack.
And look, the fact that if you want to talk about them not playing, you're just wrong. There's 10 contracts on this team. They're going to get to 9 when they release and stretch Val's contract. But that's 9 players on a team. You have to have 14 on your bench. You can leave the one spot open to make it the 15th as a buyout player. But, dude, we're talking about they have to fill out 5 more players with no money. That's why they picked these guys last night. They like the players. They like the talent. There is some stuff with Brazil that you address, even with Hopkins, of a backup ball handler and a guy that can create on his own and defend at the perimeter with some physicality because of his size. They check some of those boxes. But I still think what the biggest box was of these 2 players being drafted, you have to fill out a roster with guys that are making less than $2-3 million every single year.
Right.
They're going to do it with these 2 rookies, and then you're going to look at, hey, there's about 2 or 3 vets that they're going to have to go find that are willing to play on a vet minimum, and then we as fans and us as media have to go, well, let's hope that they're good as the vet that will come and play on a minimum. Because that was Tim Hardaway Jr. a year ago. You gonna
that ain't that now.
Lightning striking twice in the same spot with the same kind of player on the same contract?
Right.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is at all. So if you're the Denver Nuggets, you've got to put out the roster that you can with the confines, the restraints that you have put on yourself. And that's why you'd get a little lucky if someone does give you the THJ deal.
Yeah. And the pipe dream of Tim giving you that same deal.
Right, exactly.
Tim would be killing himself if he did that. That's such a
that has sailed.
Kill to your financial gain.
Yeah, that ship has sailed.
Somebody could pay Tim $12 million.
Exactly, and he'd be worth it. That type of shooter is worth it. I know he got cold in the postseason.
He made over 200 in the regular season.
Yeah.
It's happened 3 times in the history of the Denver Nuggets.
Exactly. So somebody's going to be paying for that, and if you want to keep him, guess what, Denver, that's you.
So Brazil, I look at, all right, give him a little bit of time, a little runway. And by the way, Alex, when is Summer League? That's right around the corner, right? We're not too far from Summer League. Now there's some reason to watch the Nuggets Summer League, as if we weren't going to. But what's Brazil and Hopkins going to turn into? They're going to get a ton of run coming up in the Summer League. It's July 3rd. So we're talking
July 3rd.
That's next week.
Wow.
Man, that's going to happen fast. Oh, I was going to take a sports break in Indiana. That's out the window. I'll be grinding over the Summer League.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything such as a sports break for us, but
No,
that's okay.
Probably not.
Yeah.
The other player, Bryce Hopkins, in at 49. Now, as much as I think Brazil can be a player as soon as this year, I actually have a similar feeling towards Bryce Hopkins. I just think it's a little bit longer. And let's figure out what they do with Tyus Jones. Trust Tyus as a ball handler. He's just a tiny little man. So he gets exposed on the defensive side. Bryce Hopkins is a bigger guard, 6'5", 6'6", standing there. He can create on his own. He's a great ball handler. He's not like the best shooter, but he can knock him down.
Yeah.
But what he's really good at, I watched it multiple times last night. He recognizes mismatches immediately. If I'm bigger than you and stronger than you, everybody clear out. I'm going to back this guy down, and I'm either going to get a dunk, a layup, or a little turnaround 15-footer that he was money on. Now, he's not going to do that against starting NBA guards, but if he's your reserve or even third guy to start the season, then he's playing against some of those reserves, and eventually you might be able to go, hey, we need buckets on that second unit. Hopkins is a guy that can do it for us.
Yeah, that's where he gets the green light. It's not a green light now.
No.
But it could be a green light. But backup ball handler? Yeah, again, Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace realize where they're weak. Yes, it's obvious. With the 2 second-round picks that they've drafted, it's obvious that they know their weaknesses, and they are trying to strengthen their weaknesses while working within the confines that Stanley and Josh put on the team. So, again, I don't know why so many Nuggets fans are losing their minds because it's not a complete picture yet. The roster isn't set. I still feel bad every time I see a Cam Johnson interview. He's like, I think we can do it next year. Cam, I don't even know if you're going to be here, bro. Yeah. So let's calm down on the whole next year thing, but I get it. Somebody's asking him questions. He's going to answer it as he's sitting right now. But as we're sitting here right now, the Nuggets are incomplete. But what have they done? They've checked some boxes and caught me stealing boxes, and they've realized also at the same time where their weaknesses and deficiencies were, and they're trying to fix that.
Yeah.
Again, not making excuses for them, but just realizing, like, yeah, what do you think's going to happen? You think they're going to have players lining up to play for a veteran minimum? You think that Payton Watson's going to be okay making less than he could possibly make? None of that's going to happen. So what can you do? Do I want to lose my mind over something that's inevitable, or do I want to just say, okay, are you showing progress? Are you trying to fix things in the way that they need to be fixed? The answer so far is yes.
Mm-hmm. And then there was another major trade this morning. Started to get floated out last night, and a couple of suitors are talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves being in on a LaMelo Ball trade. There's still a Jaylen Brown rumor out there, too, that we can talk about. Minnesota made a major trade today. They lost all of their big men. The only big left is Rudy Gobert. You could get him in foul trouble pretty easily and certainly get in his head. They do add LaMelo Ball. Shams had the tweet that the Hornets are trading LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to Minnesota for Naz Reid, a 2033 unprotected first-round pick, 3 first-round pick swaps coming in 3 consecutive years, and then 3 second-round picks are all going to Minnesota. We're talking about 4 picks, 3 pick swaps, and then players involved in this trade. I think casual fans are going to go, oh my God, Minnesota they have a backcourt that's LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards. And I can understand that. If you see LaMelo's highlights, you're like, whoa, this kid's the real deal. Watch him play a full basketball game. You will be far less intimidated of who LaMelo Ball is. Is he fun? And like younger kids that growing up playing basketball, I play in old man rec leagues, but on Saturdays when we play, like a group of younger kids comes in behind us, they're all in LaMelo Balls. They love LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
But he's not this dynamic, gonna beat you on his own NBA player. He'll take a little bit of the pressure off of Anthony Edwards.
Sure.
Ant won't have to be a primary ball handler. They can now run and go get down screens for Ant, and it's going to open up some of their offense. But I actually love this trade for the Denver Nuggets. LaMelo Ball doesn't make Minnesota better. LaMelo Ball makes Minnesota worse because of the players they let go to get him.
Like Naz Reid.
Right. This is a win for everybody else in the West besides Minnesota.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Tim Conley's doing. He's chasing a dragon right now.
Well, he's trying. Here's what Tim Conley's trying to do, and it's good on him. He built a team to beat the Denver Nuggets. All right. You've done that. You could do that. Mm-hmm. You can still do that. But did you build a team to win an NBA championship?
Well, it's also
That's
like
the question mark.
So you're going the opposite way.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm trying to think of where TC's head at it. So are you just going to go small and think you're going to run up and down the floor the whole time? Because that's what LaMelo wants to do.
Yeah.
LaMelo doesn't want to play defense. He wants to take long-ass shots to create long-ass rebounds so that you can get up and down and in transition and go back and forth and throw lobs to his big guys and be on SportsCenter. That's what LaMelo wants to do. That's going to be fun as hell for 82 games.
Yeah.
What happens in the postseason?
Well, what does Naz Reid want to do? He wants to be dirty and beat you up and step on your foot
and win in half-court sets.
Exactly, right. And where do the Nuggets struggle? I think this trade, while Minnesota, they're super excited about it, they should be. It's LaMelo Ball. It's a legit superstar going to Minnesota. I think from a Nuggets perspective, this is great because Naz Reid is out of here. The guy that's super dirty, the guy that's going to try to do all the things to Joker that you don't want done, he's going to try to hurt him, basically. That's what I'm saying, because that's what he does. Guess what? Now he's not there. I think that's good news for the Denver Nuggets. But I don't want the Nuggets, I don't want Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace to do the Tim Conley thing. Miss you, Tim, but Tim Conley built a team just to beat Denver, not to win at all. I don't need Wallace and Tenzer to be solely focused on, we got to get past Minnesota and that physicality. The physicality is going to be there for everybody past Minnesota.
See, I think this move makes Tim look desperate and kind of weak.
Well, isn't Tim desperate?
I think he's desperate to show Ant that they're willing to do whatever it takes.
Ant's
but now
watching every other Timberwolf leave and win an NBA championship.
But you're mortgaging your chance right now to just show Anthony Edwards that you're willing to do these crazy deals. Like, if you're Anthony Edwards, how do you feel today?
Well, if
you're not
Anthony,
a better team.
If you're Anthony Edwards, how do you feel when Giannis gets traded?
Well,
you know all the
that
behind-the-scenes stuff with Giannis. Like, he was approaching the team about, hey, can you get me a new deal? Can you make this thing work? And he saw Luka dealt, and he said, oh, they could deal me at any time. I'm going to force my way. And that's what happened in that situation with Giannis, and could easily happen with Ant. Again, look at all the Timberwolves that leave Cat, the most recent, and win an NBA title. Ant would be the next one.
He's going to be the next one.
Everyone licking their chops over, like, how can we get Ant now?
This doesn't put Minnesota closer to a championship. It puts them further away.
Right. Well,
Minnesota got worse today. The Nuggets is still TBD. Oklahoma City making some moves. They're getting better. The Spurs
but
are
they're able
better.
to sell it in Minnesota. That offensively, 82 games, like you mentioned.
Oh, they're
going to
sell a lot of T-shirts. They're going to sell a lot of LaMelo Ball T-shirts.
Jerseys and T-shirts and jerseys and all sorts of stuff. But are they going to win a championship? The answer is no.
No, they live in Minnesota. They're allergic to championships. They don't win championships. All right, I want to talk about what the Avs did as well. Before we do that, a reminder, everybody getting ready for big summer trips, vacation. Is it a road trip, or are you considering otherwise because of gas prices? Well, we get that, but let us help. Denver Sports is here to help with those summer road trips. You can enter for a chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is something you're doing right now. Listen to the show, listen to the station. We're giving out keywords every hour. When you hear that keyword, text it to 303-713-1043 before the hour ends. Here's what I would do if I were playing this contest. I would hear the word, and then I would go, hey, Siri, how do you spell dribble? And then I'd take that, and I'd spell it right on our text line so that you're eligible. If you spell it wrong, you're not eligible. So spell it right. The more keywords you answer, the more chances you're going to have to win. For complete rules, go to our website. That's DenverSports.com/keyword. DenverSports.com/keyword.
My old classmate CJ has no chance of winning.
Dude, me and Alex kind of have some fun with it. Dribble was one yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw dribble, treble. I saw pebble.
Yeah.
I saw every word but dribble. And it's actually pretty fun.
Well, it could be that. It could be somebody not knowing how to spell dribble. It also just could be autocorrect. I'm tired of your shirt.
Oh, true. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Or people do the talk to text.
Talk to text, right.
But
But I don't know when, because your phone will remember things that you punch into it. Need I go down that road again? It's when would I ever say duck you? Like, seriously, why does my phone, and my phone's like 3 years ahead of, my 8-year-old phone's 3 years ahead of your most recent iPhone, but like, why would it ever think that?
Yeah. I've never talked about ducks once in my phone's life.
Now that you play ducks, you got to play the thing, because they made ducks. They made ducks, man. They're different.
Oh, this guy is incredible. Here we go.
They ain't ducks. They
The
cop
ducks.
Cop ducks. That's right.
We love that guy. We got just more of him.
Slow motion for me. Slow motion, move it. Slow motion for me.
And if you're watching on YouTube, you just got me to do the white man overbite.
That's
so
a little
there you
Cecil
go.
shimmy for you right there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Avalanche also added a couple of players to their roster last night. They made another trade, and they did so again with Chris McFarland and the Nashville Predators. Jack Drury is on his way to Nashville. Chase Bradley, who's a prospect, is on his way to Nashville. They just keep trading third-round picks back and forth. Another third-round pick is going to go to Nashville, a third-round pick in 2029. Coming back to the Colorado Avalanche, Fedor Svechkov. I think I nailed it that time.
Nice.
Svechkov.
You got it.
And Zachary Leroux. That's how you say his last name. It's Leroux. So Svechkov and Leroux are coming back. Both guys that were former first-round players. Svechkov's only 23 years old, so he's still a young guy. Played in a career-high 70 games for Nashville last season. Had 17 points. This is a fourth-line guy. This is a depth piece. He also played in a handful of games in the A, so can move him around a little bit. As far as Leroux goes, he's also a young fella at 23, 27th overall, just a few years back in 2021. He played in 25 games for the Predators last year, just 5 points. He is not a point-scoring player. He is an intimidator. He's there to be physical and make sure that everybody else on the ice, not in the same shirt he's in, skates with their head on a swivel. So Leroux, I would imagine there'll be a bunch of inactives for him throughout the season.
Yeah.
But let's see what you can get with these fourth-line depth pieces. Now you lose Jack Drury because you weren't going to be able to afford him anyway. So you're getting something for a player before he goes. I kind of look at this as you get an intimidator guy, an enforcer type of player, and then you're just swapping fourth-line pieces.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is swapping fourth-line pieces. And what do we know about Jared Bednar? Because we had the conversation earlier about, like, hey, if it's broke, don't fix it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Yeah, baby, that's true. But what do we know about Jared Bednar? Give him a fourth line. He's going to get the best out of him, right? Just give him, you're mixing around fourth-line options. Yeah, sure. Jared Bednar is going to get the best out of him. The fourth line wasn't a concern to me. It's the top line, the second line, and the third line. That's the concern. So how can you fix those? And now with Drury traded away, which is good news for the Colorado Avalanche, is Val Nichushkin next? That's my question. Because Joe Sakic is not done, not by a mile, and something else could be brewing. Is that something where Nichushkin is the next out the door for the Colorado Avalanche? We're going to sit here and wait to find out.
That's this is the second deal now with Nashville that they've done?
Yeah, it won't be a third deal.
Well, I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm sure he's not taking on
Well,
Val.
okay, let's do that then. Would Chris McFarland take Val?
I don't think so. Would you, if you know what?
No, hell no.
I mean, the hell that he put that team through that Chris was a part of and had to deal with and answer for Val's mistakes, I would want to be as far away from that situation as humanly possible.
Is he untradeable? I would say no, because he's been clean for 2 years, and we can applaud that. We can applaud that just as a man, as a person.
As a human being, he's a winner.
As a human being, we can say thank you, Val, for taking care of business and being clean. Being clean and sober is a battle. By the way, because he's beat it for 2 years, guess what he still has to do? He has to beat it every single day. This isn't just a, hey, you did it for a while, that means you're done, right? No, it's a battle, a constant battle. Battling addiction is a daily struggle. So because of that, any team that would accept Nichushkin would have to also realize that and also put the stuff around him so that he can continue to say and live a clean and sober life.
Yeah, to me it's he's been clean for 2 years, but he's also been average at best on the ice in those same 2 years.
He's not the same player that he was when they hoisted Lord Stanley's Cup.
He was in line for Conn Smythe that year in the conversation with Kel McCarr.
So what's the outlier then? What's the anomaly? You know what I mean? Was that moment just a special moment? Everyone's skating their brains out, and Nichushkin was so hot right now, and then he's just kind of this? I would say that's who he is. The last 2 years show you the current version of Nichushkin. This is who he is in this iteration. Is it good enough for what you're paying him?
It doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like it at all.
But then you also have to, that's where you can I guess maybe you attach something to it because there's still a couple of years on that contract.
Right.
With the salary cap jumping to
Some
what
of
it's
these
about
picks.
to, it's not like, oh, you're breaking the bank now with that deal. But, I mean, you could, that's a weird way to use it, of like, the other team says, well, there's a risk, and you go, yeah, but if he messes up one more time, he gets kicked out of the league, and he's nobody's problem anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a selling point, but it's a part of the conversation.
It is. And part of the conversation is, did you offer him to Chris McFarland? Because if I'm an executive around the NHL and I pick up that you did offer that and McFarland said no, the guy that knows him best said no, why would I trade for him?
Yeah, that's a great point. Like you're a part of like reeling him back in and getting him to be an NHL player.
So I understand why Chris McFarland, and thank God bless him, he would be a friendly trade partner with you. Why wasn't that the first trade that was approached? Because that's the most difficult trade, right?
Well, who knows if that's what Joe did. Hey, buddy, dude, remember that time? So great, right? Like remember we had the Stanley Cup party, we're drinking out of it, and all the black cherry white. Like, dude, it was crazy, right? You want down to take Val? You want to trade for Val? Chris, you still there?
Hello?
Chris.
Hello?
Chris.
Hello. That's where Chris McFarland gave him the old George Payton, right? Of like, hey, good to talk to you, Joe. What's going on? Can I give you Val Nichushkin?
Yeah.
How you doing today?
That's it.
No.
No. Yes.
We'll keep an eye on it. Draft coming up this weekend. Free agency getting going, underway in the NBA and the NHL early next week, and we will be all over that. Fired up to be a part of that. All right, I want to get to some questions about the defensive side of the ball. I want to talk coverage with you, Riley Moss's coverage, Justin Stranad's coverage, and yesterday we talked about the 7.5 sacks from JFM plus the 8 sacks from Jonathan Cooper. We know JFM's not on the team. There's a chance Jay Coop won't be on the team either. That's 15.5 sacks. Where do they make up for that? Let's get into it next.
The Colorado Avalanche continue reshaping their roster. Jack Drury is headed to Nashville in a trade that creates more flexibility for Joe Sakic and the Avs front office. What does this move mean for Colorado's offseason plans? And who's next? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
After a devastating car crash, a lot of people think they can't afford a lawyer. They're already stressed, hurting, or maybe out of work. And the last thing they need is a big retainer fee to get help. But here's the truth. At Berg Simpson Law Firm, you only pay us if we win your case. That means there's no down payment and no upfront costs to get the help you need right now. Give Berg Simpson a call and we'll be with you every step of the way.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Brendan Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recycle-On Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recycleon.org/Colorado.
If you have to deal with pain that causes you to struggle climbing stairs, can't kneel down, or even raise your arms, that means you don't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Hey, it's Mike Evans, and I'm here to celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing, not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. You've heard me talk about the team at QC Kinetics, and so many of you have been through their game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, the pain backs off. And they love hearing from you, how we here at The Fan help you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So go find out what you can do. It's a good life out there, folks. Go live it to the fullest. Let's get rid of that pain starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Boxes. Limited time at participating stores while supplies last. Prices vary. Freezes and specialty drinks not included. Tax extra.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is single, S-I-N-G-L-E. Text single to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's single to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're going to address some Broncos questions on the defensive side of the ball. Couple things to touch on. Coverage from the linebacker spot. Coverage from where Riley Moss lives. And we'll get to that in a second. I want to talk about the defensive line first. Since we were going over some of these questions yesterday and we had just not really stumbled, but I hadn't seen it together, what JFM's numbers were versus what Cooper's numbers were. Now, Cooper had 8 sacks last year. 7.5 of them came before Thanksgiving. And then he completely fell off and had a half a sack from Thanksgiving until the season ended. And now we know the situation that he's in. But still, to combined total of 15.5 sacks from these two dudes a year ago, where one we know is not going to be on the team. John is, where do you go? Tennessee, right?
Yep.
Go back to Tennessee.
Highly paid by the Titans and deserves every single penny.
Yes, he does. Play for his old coach and old Robbie out there. And then Jonathan Cooper, we know he's made his bed and might have to be laying in it for a pretty long time, depending on how things go in court here in a few weeks. So, with 15.5 sacks, dude, we're high on Jonah Ellis.
Yeah.
You've taught me about how good Dondre Tillman is, and I've followed your lead. And yes, that dude is a NFL player and a certified pass rusher. But can those two dudes make up for 15.5 sacks if it's their first year with full-time responsibilities? That's a big number.
Can I give you another player?
Yeah.
It's Q Robinson.
Oh, so 3 get to tackle that number. Okay, I like that more.
I think with Dondre Tillman, you've got that. There's no one-for-one replacement for JFM. Let's just start there. They're not going to get Tyler Onyedum, which I said earlier, I've seen the future. Red Murdoch's going to be a talk. We're going to talk about Red Murdoch a lot in training camp. T.O., as the kids call him, the kids being the players, T.O., Tyler Onyedum,
yeah.
You know what we're going to do with him? We're going to talk about him taking the starting job if Ini Iwazurike is not ready to do that. So I think that Onyedum,
I like T.O. too because I can't say Onyedum.
Yeah, Onyedum is a little tricky. So T.O.'s good. Savion Jones is good. So what we're saying with those sacks that you're looking at, how can they make up for them? It's Onyedum, it's Iwazurike, it's, partly Jonah Ellis, it's partly Q Robinson, it's partly Dondre Tillman. I think I got them all. So I think it's a collective. There's no one-for-one replacement for JFM. And because of that, you're going to be looking at Savion Jones. You're going to be looking at Tyler Onyedum first in that spot. And I think with Iwazurike as well, let's take Iwazurike first. He's a player that is in line for a contract and is a player that the Broncos can protect if they want. And he's also the run stuffer, but also is a better pass rusher. Like Iwazurike's been the gambling thing aside, but he paid his dues. He missed a year in the NFL. He lost a year off that. So
and he wasn't the only one on that team gambling.
Exactly, right. And he was doing the Sorsby thing, which he's denied entrance into the league,
So
which is
beautiful.
funny.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. But Uwazurike, he is the next in line to replace JFM, and he could actually take the job and run with it. But I think that T.O. is so good, Savion Jones is so good that they're going to push for that spot as well. So what you're going to see is a collective group of 2 or 3 players replacing one JFM. It doesn't mean the Broncos made a mistake. Don't at me, bro. JFM was going to be priced out of their range. And it's much like when the Broncos lost Lloyd Cushenberry. The Russell Wilson contract, they got through in the dead money. They didn't get they lost Lloyd Cushenberry because of that. This isn't the Russell Wilson deal. This is just a tough business decision that I talked to Malcolm Roach a couple of weeks ago at Healthy Swings. Everybody knew the deal. Everybody knew it was business. Everybody knew a year ago, even when I talked to JFM a year ago, he'd be like, I'm showing Savion Jones everything because, business. Well, the business of football means he wasn't going to be here, and they were prepared for that. It's just going to be multiple guys with incredible upside that we don't know yet, by the way. We don't know how good Savion Jones is going to be. We don't know how good Ini Uwazurike is going to be. We don't know how good Tyler Onyedum is going to be. And why can't I say Onyedum when I say Uwazurike?
I know, you did that really well.
So I'm getting used to Onyedum. T.O. is the guy
T.O. is what I'm going to
we
go
will
with.
continue to talk about, but it's 3 players replacing 1, 3 players with incredible upside, and a good restocking of the shelves from George Payton.
And you know what? Now that I'm looking at some of these numbers, all right, they got to get to 15.5 sacks to replace those 2 dudes. If I tell you, D'Andrea Tillman, he had 5 sacks his first year in Denver, 4 sacks his second year in Denver, and he added 2 interceptions, and that's in spot duty. Jonah Ellis, in his first year, he had 5 sacks. So if I were to tell you both of those guys are going to get 6, that's 12. So Q, Uwazurike, and T.O. have to give you 3 or 4 between the 3 of them. That's a very achievable number for those 3 specifically to get if Jonah and D'Andre Tillman are doing their job, and I think we're all comfortable in Ellis and Tillman doing their job.
Yeah, I think they're all going to do their job. It's just like, okay, the job also needs to include turnovers. That's the thing. Vance Joseph has been preaching that. It's completely obvious out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, that the sack record is great. Are they going to do it 3 years in a row? Probably not. So if their sacks take a step back, let's say they don't replace those 7.5 sacks, but I can tell you they're going to get 3 more turnovers.
I'll take it right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Because they're not going to get 0 sacks.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not 7.5. I think it actually is. But if it's not, but I can tell you there's 3 more turnovers, baby, I'll take that all day.
Yeah, because we're going the other way. Bo's back out there, short field, tired defense, all the things that come with that.
Yep.
I'd certainly be all over that.
And think of how fresh these guys are going to be. It's devastating when you come up against the Denver Broncos because, hey, Nick Bonito needs a breather. Oh, God, D'Andrea Tillman's in. You know what I mean? Hey, I don't know what happens with Jonathan Cooper, but like, hey, someone else needs a breather. Here comes Jonah Ellis. Oh, Ini Uwazurike is off the field. Here comes Tyler Onyedum. Here comes Savion Jones. Vance Joseph is ready to unleash hell on opponents this year, and that's only going to benefit Bo Nix and the offense.
And by the way, to your takeaway conversation, the 14 that they just had last year, that's the lowest the VJ defense has ever had. That's the outlier. We hope.
Okay.
Because he averages 22.8. Let's round up and make that 23.
Right.
He averages about 23 a year.
Well,
that's 7, though, we're looking for, is what Vance usually does.
Kev, don't put me on any sort of list, but here's where the Broncos offense can help as well. Bo Nix out there is throwing touchdowns. We talk about the red zone, and here's Jalen Waddle, and here's little Cortland Sutton. How about Evan Ingram, right? Tons of options to score more touchdowns this year, which they should do. In fact, they need to do that. You know what happens then? Your defense isn't holding on at the end of a game where somebody's like trying to run or trying to eke out the clock, and your defense has to ball out and get you the ball back. Not with a turnover last year, but they get you the ball back. Now, if Bo Nix and this offense is better, which they should be markedly better, then all of a sudden you're not in a 1-score game.
Yeah.
The opponent is down by 2 scores.
Yeah.
And they are trying to pass to get back into the game, which means Nick Bonito gets to eat, and Jonah Ellis gets to eat, and D'Andrea Tillman gets to eat, and Q Robinson gets to eat. Have I made my point?
Yep.
They're about ready to step up to the buffet Mike Evans style with that big fat ass, and it's got a bib on, probably a CSU bib, because now he's the CSU Rammy.
He's a Rammy now.
With the sun going there. But I think Mike Evans, I think the Broncos defense, Vance Joseph, one, he could look at Mike Evans, he could see that big old rump. He could take notice. He'd probably
obviously a big man.
He is a big man. I think VJ would put Mike Evans on the defensive line. You know what I mean? Like, you're too fat to play linebacker. You're certainly not playing on the secondary.
Okay, look,
you kidding me?
we just need 2 guys to block you.
Unless footballs were chicken wings, you're not going to get any turnovers from Mike Evans. But I think you can take note of that and be like, okay, get your big bodies out there and send these waves. And when VJ sends these waves and your offense is doing more, the offense was struggled last year. Too many 3-and-outs, too many stupid screen passes, too many off-target throws, too many dropped passes. Kev, don't put me on the list. If your offense is better, your defense gets to eat more. So Nick Benito, get your Mike Evans bib. Benito doesn't need that big old rump, like Mike Evans. He's got a special rump. Mike Evans he's got the lower body of a large woman,
he does.
basically.
Yeah.
So you don't need that.
Throw it in reverse for thirst. That's what people tell Evans.
If we told Evans that, he'd probably be like, "What? In the parking lot?" He wouldn't get that reference.
Do you think? Yeah, he probably. Schlereth could still move Evans, right? In a blocking. He's kind of
Schlereth.
Schlereth.
He's kind of picking him up under the arms and moving him out of the way.
Yeah,
that's that Gaston Batty that Stink has.
You do not want to get Mike Evans in a low post. You know what I mean? Because if you play a little hoop, if you're Zach Bye, and Zach Bye, he can ball, right? He can
he's a hooper. Yeah,
he's a hooper. You go up against Mike Evans in that butt. I mean, he's gonna put it right in your face.
He's a round mound of rebound, just like Chuck.
Exactly.
The round mound of
Except
Evans.
he can't jump or shoot or pass.
He hopes it just comes to him. He doesn't want to jump. If it comes to him, he's using that big old butt to box out, he'll grab the rebound.
Yes, he crushes a buffet.
Yeah.
And if you're Nick Benito, get ready to crush more quarterbacks.
All right, we'll get back to some Broncos conversation. I actually want to talk a little bit about the Colorado Rockies. They are 1 win away from being 500 in the month of June. Is it something we should celebrate? We'll find out coming up next.
Is Denver's grip on Davis Webb stronger than anyone wants to believe?
So he's so appreciative of the opportunity and understands what a great opportunity is, and also what a great opportunity is to work under Sean for multiple years. He is not going to go coach at some franchise or some organization where you've got no chance to win. He's not going to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Right now, it's Silterhar certified pre-owned vehicles starting at $10,980, backed by a 90-day warranty and a 5-day exchange. Too big? Swap it. Too red? Swap it. Any reason. Get top value for your trade-in instantly at sthmotors.com, then put that money towards hundreds of vehicles on the lot. New car buyer. Ford and Lincoln, employee pricing. You pay what they pay. 66 years, family-owned, no games, just deals. sthmotors.com, Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Tune in to Mile High Money. My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Colorado weather can be unpredictable, but your roof doesn't have to be. When hail, wind, wind or storm damage strikes, trust Colorado's best roofing. Locally owned and operated since 2012 and a proud GAF Master Elite contractor with an A-plus BBB rating. They provide expert roofing solutions for both residential and commercial properties and work with all insurance companies. Don't wait for a small problem to become a costly repair. Schedule your free roof inspection today and get the peace of mind you deserve. Visit roofingcolorado.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization, is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but I'm not sure what to do. It's something we hear a lot at 303 Law 4040 from people. They've been hurt. They just don't know what to do next. Should they talk to the insurance company? Who's going to pay their medical bills? What if they have to miss work? They don't want to call a lawyer, and they certainly don't want to sue anyone, but they just don't know what to do. Here, take one of our small town clients. He was seriously hurt on his neighbor's property. Tough as nails, salt of the earth guy, and all he was looking to do was the right thing. He said, Dan, I have to live in this town, and I want to be able to hold my head up high when I walk down the street. So if you're talking about suing my neighbor, I'm not interested. I explained that we probably wouldn't have to sue anybody, and we certainly weren't going to hurt his neighbor. In the end, we got him $1.5 million, and he could still hold his head up high in that small town. If you've been hurt, you don't have to feel guilty for calling 303 Law 4040. We are here to help and fight for what's fair. We don't farm you out to a call center. In fact, we give all of our clients our cell phone numbers. We hope you never need us, but save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3.
It's what I do, everybody. I come back from a little mini vacation and just talk about Mike Evans' butt. So here we go. Here we are.
That's all right.
This is who we are. I love Mike Evans. I love Mark Schlereth.
Mike
I love
Evans
Brandon
is an OG.
Stokely. Although I heard Stoke was sick.
Yeah.
So people were upset, and I heard Stink talking about shingles on his way out here. I'm like,
dude, they
you get that old man ass away from me.
They wiped down every inch of this studio after Stoke left. So I don't know what was going on.
So
but
Stoke doesn't feel good because they're like, is Cecil okay because he's sitting in Stoke's spot? Baby, I got budesonide. I'm good. I'm good, baby.
And Stokely was just on a pretty sweet vacation.
I know. I think it might have been too sweet. Stoke just turned 50. You know that?
Yeah.
I think Mace turns 50, or did yesterday, as fact.
Oh, really?
I believe so, yes.
What's that called? Like is it Montezuma's Revenge? What am I thinking of?
What?
When you drink water in Mexico and you poop and throw up all over the place.
Oh, okay.
What is this?
Is it Montezuma's Revenge?
I thought it was, but
okay,
I
I never heard that, but that would make sense if it was.
I would assume that's what Stokely has. I could see Stoke waking up from a pretty hard night in Mexico, eyes blurry, running late to meet Lana for breakfast.
Some water.
I got to brush my teeth. He just puts it under the sink and hits it, and then it's over.
And then it's done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Then the whole trip is ruined.
Yep.
Get well, Stoke. Get well. I think he'll be all right. Worst part is it's summertime and he's sick, so you know he's pissed about not being able to play golf. And I can understand that, Stoke. All right, Cecil, let's talk some Rockies, man. I got to talk to you a little bit about where they are at 10-11 now after they beat the Red Sox in 2 out of 3 games. That was another part of our conversation yesterday. I'm pumped that they beat the Red Sox in 2 out of 3 games. If my teams can beat Boston at anything, if Alex beat a Bostonian in a wheelbarrow race, I'd be fired up for that because it's my guy beating a Bostonian, and I'm fired up for that. So I don't care how down the Red Sox are. You beat the Red Sox, I feel good about that. They're now 10-11 in the month of June with 5 games left, 3 in Minnesota and 2 against the Marlins here at Coors Field before the month of June is over. I'm fired up for what the Rockies have been through this month. We've talked about the Jake McCarthy inside the Parker against Paul Skeens last weekend. Now what they're doing against the Boston Red Sox. I'm taking this day by day. And if they're good and they're fun and they're winning and they're giving us reason to talk about it, that's exactly what they're doing. I think they've done that all month long, and it's the 25th day of June. So they get credit in my book. I don't care that they're not going to make the postseason. I do care that they don't have pitchers in their rotation or their developmental plan right now, but I'm just dealing with the current big league roster. They're 10 and 11 in the month of June. They were 13 and 14 in the month of April. The only other full month has been May, and it was bad. They only won 8 games in that month, and they played 28 of those things. So May was awful. But you're telling me in 2 of the 3 months this team has flirted with 500, and that's not successful? That's not a step in the right direction?
Right.
If you want to be miserable over a team that's still bad at baseball, slowly but surely figuring them out, you do you, boo-boo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to live like that.
Why don't we give them the time? Like, where did this urgency come from? I understand the other 3 teams in the 4 major sports here in Colorado are all championship contenders, except the Nuggets. Okay, so the Avs and the Broncos are championship contenders. Hey, David Ottoman's still the coach. The Nuggets are not NBA champion contenders.
You're right.
I don't want to break that to you. If you're just, news to this, like, what? The propaganda outlet said that the Nuggets are great because of David Ottoman. Don't listen to the propaganda outlet. Listen to the reality of David Ottoman's not the right coach. So I understand why maybe there's a little bit of sense of urgency from Denver sports fans. Why can't we just enjoy, and this is not excuse making because I'm going to use a word that is going to trigger some people. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Why can't we trust the process? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, take that, Philadelphia, because I hate Philadelphia the way you hate New York, but
that process led to the phoniest MVP in the history of the NBA.
Exactly.
And that's
so
it.
The process with the Rockies, why can't we not necessarily trust? Because I understand that's the word that might cause the trigger.
But you go, well, they're the Monforts. Why would I trust them? But it's not Dick. It's Walker, it's Paul, and it's Josh.
Yep, and it's Warren running the show.
And Warren, as the manager, which we are all in on. So it's no longer Dick Monfort calling everything, and then this is how quickly I black that guy's name out. Bill Schmidt, the GM that put them all in this mess and got Chris Bryant over here. Thanks for that one, Billy boy. Those guys ruined it. Let's give them the proper time and the process to figure out if this is going to work out. In 2-3 years from now, we might be going, Walker's no different than his damn daddy. Can't believe we fell for that. But I'm not going to do that right now.
Right.
I think that's unfair to everybody involved in this.
Yeah, and I think that's where the time comes in. Do you know what I didn't say during the NBA season? I didn't say David Ottoman's the wrong coach. I said there's some things he needs to work on. Let's watch this. Let's give him. And then they get to the postseason. They lay an egg, and Adam's like super upset with reporters. And that's when we could say, oh, I was a sucker for ever believing in David Ottoman. I just was. And now I don't. I was a sucker for believing in Jared Stidham for a week because Sean Payton lied to us and said, just you wait, guys. He's one of the 32 best. No, he's not, Sean. No, he's not. What did Sean say? What did he say?
Watch out.
Watch out? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Watch out. Jared Stidham, watch out. Okay, maybe we'll put that on the back of the jersey. Just watch out. Yeah, watch out because he's going to throw a chest pass and lose the AFC Championship for you. But
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes,
Jared.
yes. But with me, I go, you know what? I'm willing to give this group of Rockies executives and Warren Schaefer, who loves the tribe and we love him, I'm willing to give him all the time that is appropriate. And to me, that's like 3 years, dude. I'm not holding the Rockies' feet to the fire. Again, you want to see progress. They can't lose 100, whatever. But as long as we're seeing progress, big check mark there. Why is anyone down on the Rockies? You can actually go see decent baseball at Coors Field, and not just from the other team. So let's support that. Let's respond appropriately. When they give us reasons to talk about them, let's talk about it. Because they're not the same old Rockies. If you're saying that, or if you're still reacting that way, you do you, boo-boo, but you're also doing it wrong.
Yeah, you are doing it wrong. And like I said, if you have these crazy expectations about who the Rockies are, if I felt like that and got infuriated or frustrated every time I watched, why would you watch?
Why do people choose to be miserable?
I don't know.
Because it is a choice.
And I guess Like, if your expectations are now, like, you're going to treat the Rockies
suck.
like all the other, like, all right, at the beginning of the year, every Major League Baseball, our goal is to go to the World Series. Yeah, they all say that,
Sure.
but some of them live in reality and know that's not the case.
Hope springs eternal, but not everywhere.
Right, and you should have some realistic expectations.
Yes.
If you thought the Rockies of year one of Walker Moffett, Paul DePodesta, Josh Burns, and then Warren Schaefer as the true manager of the team was going to turn this thing around and flip it on its head in a 6-month time frame, well, then you're just kind of crazy. That's just not how sports work. No sport can turn it around in 6 months. Actually, I don't even have to say if. We did it. The Broncos had 3 straight bad seasons in a row. Did it get fixed by the 4th? Or did it actually take till the 9th for it to get figured out? That's the kind of timeline we're looking at with the Colorado Rockies. We've lived it with the Denver Broncos. When the Avalanche had a 48-point season, and then all these big stars start to come via the draft because of where you set. Did it flip in that next year? Now, they did it a little quicker because you got some real horses and dogs on that team, but this is how it works. When you're really bad, it's about a 5-year timeline to get yourself out of that world of suck.
I think Not Sure from that movie, and yes, that's his name on our YouTube chat, powered by Sean Ponda, says it perfectly. Anger and outrage are addicting. That is somewhat true. Also, it's just people react. I got to react to the Rockies. Can't you just be patient? Lord knows this is going to take time. And it doesn't mean give them a pass and give them an excuse and they can lose forever and like whatever. You want to see progress. Progress is being made. So because of that, we're going to respond appropriately, which means we're going to be excited about the Rockies.
One text here on the Ramasau.com text line. It says, to take your position, throw your name on here, 817. To take your position, you have to believe that they fundamentally want to do all the things necessary to win. They have given us no reasons to believe that. I think you're wrong. I'm going to give you all the pushback. Up until last year, you were right.
Yes.
Dick stepped down. They went outside of the organization. Again, am I taking crazy pills here?
Right.
All the things we wanted them to do.
They went outside the organization.
But is different from the past. They did it.
Full
and
stop.
Now they're about to be 500 or close to in 2 out of 3 months of the regular season. How do y'all not see this? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah. How do you want to see it?
There it is. That's what it is. You just want to complain because there's a Montford involved and you don't know anything different. Do a little research. Formulate your own opinion.
Hey, enjoy things.
Yeah, have fun in life.
We know the Rockies aren't going to win the World Series, so does that mean I just write them off? Or do I enjoy the process, which is going to take time?
Yes, it is. All right, let's get into hour number 4, quarter number 4. Is the Nuggets offseason plan now clear that the draft is over? Do we know what ownership wants after they did what they did in the NBA draft? That conversation's coming up next.
You asked for it, you got it. Backed by popular demand, it's the Drive's Brouhaha.
Big social brouhaha.
This summer, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Last stop, Arvada. June 26th from 2 to 6 at Arvada Beer Garden.
That was quite a brouhaha.
Come find out what the commotion's all about. Head to DenverSports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, are struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The performance-driven X1 comes built for every journey, while the X3's sporty design and innovative technology keep your drive connected. The X5 blends performance with a commanding presence, or make it even bigger with 3 rows of luxurious seating in the X7. For every road, there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Gebhardt BMW,
your trusted family dealer since 1975.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
It's home selling season. And what's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Low ball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps you sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one customer said. I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
to what the Nuggets did last night, what the Avalanche have been doing, and we'll learn a little bit more about the new Avs guys. I want to talk a little bit about these Denver Nuggets, and now that the draft is over, free agency, little tampering window is going to start in about 5 days from now, and then official free agency as we get closer and closer to the first, and through the fourth weekend, things will be going nuts in the NBA and the NHL. But Cease, now that we know, all right, the Nuggets didn't pick at, first round pick was 26. Trade back with San Antonio, get a couple extra draft picks, get their 35th pick. That's where they go get Trevin Brazil. And then with their 49th pick, they use it to pick Bryce Hopkins. Is there a clear, okay, you didn't pick in the first round, but then you did pick in round number 2. Is there anything there you go, all right, you're playing your hand a little bit, I know now, or at least got a little bit clearer of a view as to what they want to do with this roster moving forward? Because I think there are a couple things to take away that one of the conversations that Jake and I had, and I saw a bunch from Nuggets fans, is, well, why would they pick these 35th and 49? If you're going to pick one, then you pick at 35 and get the better player and trade a 49. Well, there's a couple reasons. One, like I've been talking about all day, they literally need bodies to sit on the bench. They need roster spots.
And they need cheap bodies to
cost
do that.
less than $3 million.
Right.
They check with those guys last night. So then they have to ask themselves, then it's like, this is where John Wallace and Ben Tinsler draw the short straw, because your boss goes, we need bodies that can play and contribute right now. And they go, oh, dude, I could do that right now. You can only pay him $3 million. Okay, well, there's about 5 guys that I can reach out to and help with that outside of the draft. So you have to make sure, if you're John Wallace and Ben Tinsler, that at least one of these dudes that's going to come and sit on this bench for cheap can maybe find the floor. And I think that's exactly what Brazil is, can maybe find the floor. If you're a guy like Bryce Hopkins, that's, all right, you're going to get a runway in the summer league and see what you can be. You're going to get some time in the preseason and see what you can be. Maybe you take away some minutes as, we'll see what happens with the Tyus Jones and a Jalen Pickett. I actually like Hopkins better than both of those options just because of size.
Yeah.
He's 4 or 5 inches taller than both of those dudes, and he can finish better than both of those dudes. So Brazil, 100%. I like that pick. He's going to make a difference as soon as year one. We'll see on Hopkins, and I think the vision honestly hasn't really changed. It's how they can build what they believe is a competitive roster, but by staying under the hard cap number that Stan and Josh Kroenke have agreed upon.
Right. So are they fixing some of what they need to? Yes, they are. It's not the moves that everybody wants right now. In fact, what are those moves? Now that I think about it, when you think and you talk to or you see the reaction on social networking from Nuggets fans and Nuggets Nation, what do you want?
Well, I'll tell you.
Nobody seems satisfied at all.
Because you were gone when the first round came, and it didn't fall this way, but I was banging the table for Dalen Swain. He's a 6'7" guard from Texas. The same thing. He can handle. He can isolate. He's a better shooter than the guys that they got last night. Not a great one, but better than. And he would have been, just because of size, at 6'7" and ball handling ability, he would have been your default backup point guard right now. Let's go. I thought they would have to trade to like maybe 20-ish to get him. He ended up going, I think, at 15 to Chicago. So he was kind of out of reach for where I thought they could go get him anyway. But I would have liked them to get Dalen Swain.
Okay.
That would have been my original, hey, if he's there in the 20s, go get this dude. It just wasn't there. So I actually think they did the first round right. They got out and got 2 second-round draft picks. I don't know what both of these kids are going to be, but the potential that I see with these dudes, I actually think the Nuggets had a pretty good draft.
Well, and then if you think they did it right, you're at least giving me an answer of who you wanted in the first. Okay, that didn't work. Can you move back and get a couple? Yeah, you did. Mm-hmm. And you just checked a couple of more boxes with players that fit what you need. What do you need more? Brazil brings you athleticism and aggressiveness, defensively and offensively. He brings you presence at the rim.
Yeah.
Again, both defensively and offensively in terms of throwing down jams, trying to block shots, and just kind of being defensively a nuisance when you try to dribble drive against this kid. So Brazil, you check that box right away. And with Hopkins, you go, okay, backup ball handler, can identify where the mismatch is quickly. These are all great assets for reserve players that you're going to continue to develop.
And look, I would say, I know how we all feel, and myself included, about the Kroenkes and their situations and dealings with the Denver Nuggets. But let's do give them a little bit of time. I don't want to say benefit of the doubt because I feel like they've lost that, but let's give them until June 30th, June 31st. Let's get to work next week and see what they've done with the tampering window, see how they've used these extra second-round draft picks that they've got. I mean, we could get to work tomorrow. We could get to work Monday, and Cam's gone, or Zeke's gone, and maybe Cam's gone with draft picks and a player coming back. Maybe Zeke's gone with draft picks, and now we know there's a runway for them to sign Payton Watson, even under their stupid little self-imposed salary cap. So I know there's a lot to be done, and if you're upset with what the Nuggets did, I get that too. Trevin Brazil and Bryce Hopkins, you go, who the hell are those dudes?
Right.
Now, they both played in the tournament. Maybe you should know a little bit, but you still kind of go like, wait a minute, what? And I understand that. So let's give them the next week or so to figure out how they're going to use those extra assets that they got through this draft and then make our final judgment.
Yeah, then make the final judgment because you don't know what the final product is yet. And in addition, with both Brazil and Hopkins, you know what else they get? Experience. I think you're seeing what Ben Tinsler and Jonathan Wallace are trying to put together. They're trying to put together athletic players that can fit the weak spots that the Nuggets do have on this roster, because Lord knows they have them, while also getting you players that'll fit your salary cap situation, while players that can fill your roles, and players that have a ton of experience, so the developmental curve will be hopefully shorter. so they can perhaps play more important minutes, let's say by the All-Star break.
I mean, these dudes played 220 games combined in college.
That's
220.
incredible, dude.
Yeah.
That's absolutely incredible.
87 starts came from Bryce, who went from Kentucky to Providence and then to St. John's. And by the way, at Providence, if you do want a little hope for what Bryce can be, you can look at his Providence numbers and go, oh, that's when he was a number 1 option or the number 2 option, and he put up some significant numbers. So you go, if Bryce turns into that guy by year 2, you've got your scorer coming off of the bench. He not only handles the basketball, he's your scorer coming off the bench. If you ever found a backup big man that David Allen will get fired after the year, so you kind of reset that.
Yeah.
But then you can have your guard and find a big as your second unit dribble, handoff, high screen, and role players.
Yeah, hopefully next year when the Nuggets go, what are our flaws? We go, oh, David Adelman.
Yeah. What are our flaws? That guy that's
The
slumping
little guy
at the
on the
table
bench.
up there. Yeah.
Doesn't know how to sit up straight.
Yeah. The guy that looks like Josh Kroenke won him at a fair when he made 3 baskets in a row. That's what he looked like at that podium.
I think there are stuffed animals that have more confidence than David Adelman, so there you go.
Yeah, that's
it's
exactly
so fluffy.
Right. So the Nuggets, I'm going to say I like what they did, and I'm still going to give them a little room before my final say is this is bad, this is good. I like the 2 players of what they can be. Brazil as soon as this year, Hopkins maybe as soon as this year, but certainly sooner rather than later for both.
Yeah. The Nuggets are trying to do what they can with what they have, and their self-imposed don't go into the second apron thing. All right, well, it's an incomplete picture right now. We'll see what else they got.
Are you jealous at all seeing Minnesota do what they do? Of like, why haven't we done anything yet?
I think that's what a lot of fans are like. Why you can't? Where's Jaylen Brown at? Like, what? LaMelo goes to Minnesota. What? Yeah, baby, I get that. I understand that feeling, but is that really the team you're dealing with? And if we look towards like future trades, there's a future Zeke Najee trade that perhaps needs to happen. And with the Avalanche, there's a future Val Nichushkin trade that needs to happen. So I ask you, Josh Dover, which one needs to happen more? A Zeke trade or a Val trade? Nichushkin.
Yeah. This is going to surprise everybody. I'm going to say Val Nichushkin.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Tell me why.
They've already paid 2/3 of the Zeke Nazi contract. They've already got. Zeke's going to make $30 million because Calvin Booth liked him.
Wow.
Not even a good basketball player. He just liked the general manager. And Val is, I know we're so close to it, but I do think there's some value on Val. I used that yesterday too, about what he can be for another team. I mean, dude, if you're a team, Anaheim, like we're next. We're up and coming. We need somebody with some of that championship grit that can come in and teach our guys that you don't panic when this happens, or here's how you handle this situation.
Right.
Anaheim might not be the trade partner, but a team like that.
Okay.
I think you could talk them into it.
And now thinking of where could Val Nichushkin go?
You might have to do some homework.
Yes,
I'll do a little
homework on that.
See where we can end up with one Val Nichushkin. All right, we're breaking down one Bronco player or position group each day at this time. Today, we're on to J.K. Dobbins. A deep dive into J.K. is coming up next.
The Nuggets went shopping for athleticism, experience, and depth in the NBA draft. Denver grabbed Arkansas forward Trevin Brazil, a 6'10" playmaker with elite length, explosive athleticism. Then added Bryce Hopkins, a physical wing from St. John's who helped lead the Red Storm to Big East titles and brings toughness, rim pressure, and versatility. Are these second-round picks the next hidden gems to develop alongside Nikola Jokic? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. The 130th Frontier Nights lineup is locked and legendary. Starting with Treaty Oak Revival and Jesse Murph. Alex Warren with Noah Cyrus. The Red Clay Strays with Wyatt Flores. Riley Green and Trace Adkins. Blake Shelton with Avery Anna. Hardy and Cameron Whitcomb. And Zach Top with Jody Messina. 10 days, one legend. Frontier Nights tickets on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
Every day, cyclists across Colorado are seriously injured by careless drivers. I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm, and for nearly 50 years, my firm has been fighting to make those drivers and their insurance companies held fully accountable. We know these cases, we know how to win them, and we won't stop until we get you the maximum compensation you deserve. If you've been injured in a bicycle accident, call the Wilhite Law Firm today, 303-GOOD-LAW, or visit wilhitewins.com.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
We do, and you will too when you see Tacori. Handcrafted in California, Tacori rings have design details you won't find in any other diamond engagement rings.
Including Tacori's perfectly engineered crown and windows of light created by Tacori's iconic crescent design.
It's the Tacori touch, and you'll find it at Williams Jewelers, Colorado's only platinum Tacori store. I'm Steve Williams.
I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams. You'll find all your Tacori jewelry at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, along with one of the largest selections of certified loose diamonds in the state, all at the guaranteed best price.
So come, fall in love with the Tacori ring she's always dreamed of.
Tacori at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood,
Colorado's premier jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, where Colorado shines. On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's dive deep into J.K. Dobbins. 11:15, 1:15 every day. We're looking at a specific player, maybe a position group. We'll get to coaches at some point, and by the time this game's all said and done, we'll be sitting out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, getting ready for day one of training camp. So we're fired up for it. Off season's here, but we got a plan. We're ready to get you through what an off season looks like. Today we're talking about J.K. Dobbins, and we're really talking about some of the expectations we're going to have for J.K. One of the questions I want to ask is, can he repeat his best NFL year, which came in 2024? Member of the Los Angeles Chargers at that time, where he played 13 games, rushed for 905 yards, and scored 9 different touchdowns as well. No receiving touchdowns that year. So, damn. J.K. Dobbins has 1 receiving touchdown his entire career. That's a surprising number.
Well, that's what R.J. Harvey's here for.
Yeah, I
so
guess you got
again,
RJ for that.
That's where you see J.K. Dobbins does the one thing really well, and that's run the ball, and that's be a centerpiece of the Broncos offense this year.
So, Cecil, if I said, J.K. is going to repeat that season. He's going to play 12 or 13 games. He's going to rush for, let's call it 900 to 1,000 yards.
Sounds good.
9 touchdowns seems like a lot, especially the way Bo spreads it out, but let's say 6 or 7 touchdowns.
Okay.
Am I crazy to think J.K. can do that, or is that what our expectation should be?
How many games?
12 to 13.
Yay!
If I said 10 to 12?
You should say 8 to 12.
Ooh, 8 sounds so low.
You got Jonah Coleman.
Okay. All right. Good point.
I hate to say this, and I've never said this before, and I'm just thinking it now as I'm going to say it, so it's very dangerous. I don't really care if J.K. Dobbins stays healthy. I went from last year being a need, like they need J.K. Dobbins to stay healthy because you see what happens when he's not. Jonah Coleman is the answer. He's the answer to everything. So J.K. Dobbins, go out there, do your thing, man. And if it's 8 to 12 games, if it's 12 to 17 games, whatever that number is, as long as J.K. Dobbins can be ready for the postseason, that's where J.K. Dobbins could really take over. In fact, you could see the Broncos get to the postseason and then run into some inclement weather. Yes, the weather changes here in Denver, and you get your snowplow out.
Can we get Bianchi in Sean Payton's office for the playoffs?
Exactly.
Just follow him around, Chris.
He's going to talk to you about El Nino and about some possible snow that's coming. Super El Nino or whatever this year.
Bianchi will tell him, it's going to snow, man.
No, stop. It's fitting your narrative.
He's like, I'm a weatherman.
We've never seen record temperatures like this. Oh, it's fitting your narrative.
Shout out Bianchi.
That's what Sean would say. Bianchi's the OG, man. He's one of the best, so we love him so much.
If you're mad at me for being on the radio, tweet Bianchi. He put me on air for the first time.
Okay, there you go. Bianchi. If I'm still mad at him going to Super Bowl 48, not me. Thanks, Tim Spence.
Yeah.
But anyway, we love Bianchi.
Tim Spence did something wrong? That's weird, dude. I've been waiting to say that for years.
You've been sitting on that one for a while now. The Broncos are sitting on J.K. Dobbins as their top back, and Dobbins needs to stay as healthy as possible. I will say personally, I don't care if he stays healthy because I know Jonah Coleman and what he can do. I have full faith, obviously, and that faith is being rewarded. Now it continues. It needs to continue that. Mm-hmm. We can't just say Jonah Coleman's arrived. But once he does arrive, you won't be surprised because you listen to the show. And we've told you from day one, from December, that Jonah Coleman was the truth. And they got that guy. So, JK, stay healthy for your own sake. Mm-hmm. For your customer's sake, for your daughter's sake. Why don't you best buy some brake pads from me? How about you buy some brake pads from J.K. Dobbins? Because just stay healthy, dude. If you don't, you're going to get Wally pipped. Mm-hmm. Jonah Coleman will take your job, and you won't get it back. So you want to get paid? You want to be a key cog? You want to prove everybody wrong? And I love J.K. He's great to talk to. He's got to stop with this whole, I'm not injury prone. Dude, you are. Can you stay healthy?
But who's he talking to? Who are you trying to prove
maybe?
it to?
Maybe? I don't know why he's so dialed in that way, and I don't know if it's a friend or a buddy or, companion around him being like, you see what these guys said on the internet about you being injury prone? JK, it doesn't matter. People are going to talk. Shut them up by staying healthy. You've never been able to stay healthy for a full season. I'd love to see that at some point in his career, and if it happened this year, it only benefits the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, it has to be better for J.K. Dobbins. And actually, man, as I'm thinking about those touchdowns and even the games played, there are now 3 running backs that I want to have the football in their hands. Last year, I was hesitant to figure out what RJ was going to be. I've been out of the Jaleel McLaughlin conversation for 2 years now. That guy better not be on the damn team this year. Like, it's a legitimate 3-headed monster from the running back room. It was a 1 1/4 monster a year ago, and then RJ showed up, and I could give him
doing more.
a little bit more of that love. But they actually do have the horses if or when it happens from your guy Jonah, and even RJ. RJ can handle the load too.
Well, and Sean doesn't want to use 3 backs, but he's going to have to because Jonah Coleman's going to force his hand. Jonah Coleman's going to force his way onto the field. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, but it's one of those things like, yeah, you may not want to use 3 backs, but you're going to have to. And honestly, I think it's best for J.K. Dobbins. If Dobbins stays healthy, let's do this. Dobbins plays 17 games. How does that happen? If you just see the future, to fast forward things, and you and I are in February and we're like, wow, I can't believe J.K. Dobbins played 17
that
games.
Means Jonah was great, found the field a lot, and they had more trust in RJ in year 2.
Guess who's going to use 3 backs this year?
I hope so.
Kind of have to.
Yeah.
Jonah's going to force your hand to do that, and J.K. needs you to do that. For J.K. to prove the doubters wrong and say, I could totally play 17 games, he's going to need the breather that Jonah Coleman can provide.
Yeah. Man, the thing about the fact that they have 3 running backs they can use, I still want running backs on each side of Bo Nix. Imagine that, a JK and a Jonah and a Jonah and an RJ, where you can hand it to one, the other's going to break out and have your weakest linebacker in coverage. Bo's still looking for Jalen Waddle downfield, but it's not there. Check downs RJ. He beats one man, and we're running upfield 15, 20 yards.
Do you know what we're going to see this year?
What?
They'll be so upset with me. You're going to see Jalen Waddle in the backfield with
I can't wait for that.
Somebody. Imagine that. T formation, Bo Nix, RJ Harvey, Jalen Waddle standing right next to each other. What in the hell are you going to do?
They're at the line of scrimmage with like 17 seconds left. Bo gets time to figure it out.
Yep.
Oh,
Bo lifts his foot up. All of a sudden, RJ goes into motion, and Jalen's still next
Just
to him.
sitting there. I can't wait for this season. Can't wait to see what Davis is going to do with these Broncos. Tomorrow, we'll do that conversation with the rest of the running backs, and as Cecil said, dive a little bit deeper into that conversation of what RJ, what Jonah, is Jaleel and Tyler a part of this, or you're just completely moving on from those guys. All right, in the meantime, we're going to talk about the results from the Broncos inside the 5-yard line. Last year, they had some struggles. I want to revisit the numbers with Cecil that we talked about yesterday, plus the play calls that we think we're going to see. We'll continue that conversation about what Cortland and Jalen could be doing inside the 5-yard line coming up next.
The Denver Nuggets are staring at a crossroads. So what does this mean for the core, the future, and the window that was supposed to stay wide open?
I haven't heard a good plan yet from anyone. I love this stuff. I cannot think of a rock solid plan right now. I haven't heard a rock solid plan, and there's smart people that I listen to locally and nationally that talk about this stuff at a high level, and I'm saying the same thing. I still have not heard a good plan.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Glenn.
And Tiffany.
Here with Denver Roof Pros. Denver Roof Pros is celebrating our 10th anniversary, serving the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs.
Yes, we are. And there is so much more to Denver Roof Pros. We're not just roofs and gutters. Check out our family of services at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
When Vantage walks your property for a threat zone analysis, they don't send a salesman. They send a security pro with years of experience designing and installing these systems. The same pro who walks your property designs your system, installs your cameras, and picks up the phone 3 years later when you need them. Same team, start to finish. That's the Vantage standard. Invest in real security for your home. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit VSSIColorado.com today.
Hey guys, it's that time of year. Time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no two better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Rich Lawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Rich Lawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Rich Lawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at Bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
The soundtrack of summer is baseball at Coors Field. This July, don't miss the biggest celebration of the season. The spectacular post-game fireworks on July 3rd and 4th as we celebrate America's 250th birthday. Plus, score exclusive giveaways like the City Connect mystery jersey and the first ever hot dog hat on July 17th and 18th. Baseball, fireworks, and summer nights. It's all happening at Coors Field, and you won't want to miss it. Get your tickets now at Rockies.com/tickets.
If you're looking for an SUV that's ready for anything Colorado throws at you, Champ Honda has you covered with the 2026 Honda Passport. It's bold, rugged, and built for the adventurer in all of us. Whether it's a mountain trail or a Monday morning commute, the 2026 Passport can handle it with ease. And with their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, you get a fair price up front, one advisor from start to finish, and way less time at the dealership. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-360-0681 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-360-0681. That's 800-360-0681. What do you have to lose? Call 800-360-0681. Again, 800-360-0681.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is strikeout. STRIKEOUT. Text strikeout to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's strikeout to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're almost done. Got a couple more segments before the drive gets in here. Want to talk a little bit about what the Broncos are doing inside the 5-yard line. Then we'll talk about what America has got in front of them for the World Cup tonight in their final game of this stage before a little knockout stage starts next week. That's coming up in a few minutes. First, a look at what's going on with the Broncos inside the 5-yard line. They called 46 total plays inside the 5-yard line. That's snapping the ball from the 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1, 46 plays. That's 25 trips, led to the 46 plays. Those 25 trips led to scoring 19 times, 15 touchdowns, and 4 field goals. Do you think they need more points? 19 snaps inside the 5.
Yeah.
Or excuse me.
Yeah.
49 total plays and 19 times you scored. So you left points off the board 6 different times.
Yeah, you could have been better in that department, but how do you get better when you get close to pay dirt? And why, with this Broncos offensive line being highly graded in both pass protection and run blocking, their run blocking is actually graded a little bit higher. Both are in the top 10 in the NFL in pass block win rate and run block win rate, but their run block win rate's better. So because of that, you get inside the 5, hand the ball off, baby. See if they do that more with Davis Webb calling
Well,
plays.
especially if JK is healthy, right? Doesn't he average 5 yards a carry? So you're on the 5. If he has a carry, let me do the quick math, a touchdown is what that results in. So why wouldn't you just trust the guy that is? Now, we all know he got hurt. How much of this or how many of these came with RJ still not figuring it out and thinking he's the fastest kid in the world and can beat everybody
Fastest
to
kid
a
alive.
spot and not running the actual play. So how much did that hurt? Although RJ didn't have as many negative plays in these moments as JK did, who had 3 of them, and RJ with just 1 of those.
Right.
I do think it's that. If we were to keep this, I'm going to use the word twice here, but as simple as possible, it's that. It's simplifying it from now Davis Webb's perspective. You got a really good running back. You got a pretty solid offensive line. Don't overcomplicate it. 1 + 1 = 2. Hand the ball to J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, it's pretty simple math. And with Davis Webb, you anticipate that the easy answer is sometimes the simplest answer. And the simple answer is JK's really good. RJ's really good. RJ Harvey may not yet be fully developed as a runner. And actually, I think he's probably near his ceiling as a runner. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. And he clearly has a nose for the end zone. So why can't inside the 5, we have high red zone and red zone, all that. How about the RJ zone? We got the GB zone.
Yeah.
Where's the RJ zone? Where is it? Is it inside the 5? Dude's got 12 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen by accident.
And if you throw in what he's doing with the passing game, like inside
Right.
the 10 and in the red zone.
What if he
he's
gets
your guy.
double-digit touchdowns again? What if he gets 15 touchdowns this year? I've projected him for about 8 to 10 because touchdowns are the most tricky to duplicate and to project. So I'm not expecting 12 touchdowns again. But I also, in addition to that, realize he could be better. He could get 12, 13, 14, 15 touchdowns. And if you get inside the 5 and you figure out, hey, RJ's the plan, because with his size and his squatty build, 1, leg drive isn't a problem. 2, he can get lost behind the line. And that's great when those guys can just kind of squeak out and kind of eke their way through a line because situation's cramped. Spaces are tight when you're inside the 5. Guy like RJ Harvey can find his way through that, even if it, people think, oh, get him in open space. He's the type of guy that can kind of squirt through the line. I don't want him necessarily being a pile pusher. 3rd and 1, give it to RJ Harvey. No. I don't want that.
Like he's strong, but he's not like.
But inside
big.
the 5, imagine like a draw play. You're in a shotgun formation. Looks like RJ's going to pass pro. And all of a sudden you do this. You fake that it's going to be a pass, and you do this, and it's RJ right up the middle. He's so small in terms of his compact frame, he can hide behind the line, kind of get lost, and just kind of squirt through for a touchdown.
I like that a lot.
Real easy.
I like that a lot. You can get more creative with RJ. Now you have the element of Jonah, and then like we said, keep it simple. Sean, keep it simple. Davis. You have J.K. Dobbins. When he's there and you're inside the 5, you should probably give him the ball. If you want to throw the ball, if you got to look good and make Bo shine, I think there are opportunities for that too. 1, Jalen Waddle on the outside, if he's got the one-on-one coverage and that linebacker's on the wrong side of the hash, you just ask him to run a quick slant. Bo has the accuracy, the timing to do it, hit him between the numbers, and that's a touchdown. They start to cheat on that side of Jalen Waddle. Well, now you got a big body and frame possession type of receiver on the other side in Cortland Sutton where Bo just has to throw a jump ball. I think you could throw that. They wouldn't call pop pass out, but you could throw that ball.
Yeah, if they did, I'd be all confused. Huh?
You're like doing this. What?
What's the play?
I can't hear you.
Can't hear the play.
But now you have options on both sides, and if they start to play that and open up the box, right back to what we just said, JK, Jonah, RJ, let them run behind that big offensive line.
Yeah, let them run behind that offensive line and let those guys do the work because as your Broncos offense, between the 20s, I don't think there are any sort of issues. Like they'll move the ball, Kev, we got a Kiss My Stats segment coming up in this show because we have the benefit of having Kevin Kistner as our producer. We're going to do Kiss My Stats on, how many 3-and-outs that they had. I anticipate fewer 3-and-outs with Davis Webb calling plays, with J.K. Dobbins staying healthy, and with Jonah Coleman here to help move the chains on third down. So because of that, we would anticipate between the 20s are going to be fine. But when things get cramped, what are you calling? How are you playing? Are you relying on your toughness? We saw things fall apart for the Nuggets because they got punked physically. We saw things fall apart for the Avalanche because they got punked physically. I don't want that same thing to happen to the Denver Broncos because, they're a high-flying offense and they're this finesse team. You can be a little down and dirty.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of the Broncos, being a little finesse and some Star Wars numbers and Bo Nix, Jalen Waddle. That sounds awesome. You know what else sounds awesome? J.K. Dobbins right up the middle kicking your ass. That sounds pretty awesome, too.
That will be very, very nice. You know what else I'm intrigued about that conversation about the 3-and-outs? We sort of stumbled on this but didn't get into it. The idea behind the first 15. Because when the first thing you said when you said 3-and-outs, I went second half. Second half. You get the ball, and Sean, it's so valuable to get the ball. And then you run 3 plays, and you're -4, and you're punting it right back to your opponent. That's what I want to learn out about these kind of scripted plays, how they're starting the second half, and if Davis gets to decide how that looks.
Now you've always got me thinking about Sean Payton seeing a 6-man football playbook. What would Sean Payton think of Coach Hodson's playbook?
There's so much space.
Where there's your most complex play is 36 OP QB drag? What? He'd probably make so much fun.
Yeah.
I would not start for Sean Payton. Let's just say that. You can't remember? XY Jet 32, just his whole play calls.
Yours was pop pass out. He's going to add 17 more words to that.
Yeah, I don't think that would be very good for me. Pop pass out was already difficult enough without having some of the terminology or words that Sean Payton uses in his offense.
I wouldn't mind seeing Sean just go up and watch and just the visible
he would love it.
Frustration of body language of what's not happening. Would be fun.
Well, what's not happening, but he would love 6-man football because it's all offense. That's why there's a 45-point rule. When you get up by 45 points, they call the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we 45-point ruled Idalia in the semifinals.
So
of
not
state.
just a running clock, everybody goes home?
Yeah, you're just done.
Oh, it's like
you get up by 45, you're done.
Yeah. If I'm beating you by 21 on Madden and you don't score on the next drive, pass the sticks. It's over. That's a rule for everybody, right?
Yeah,
21 point
I think that's 21 points. Just hand over the sticks.
Remember the was it the Chappelle skit when he did the bit and it's like the Make-A-Wish kid wanted to play him at Jam?
Yeah.
NBA Street.
Yes.
And he's like, pick up those sticks, Timmy, because he's whooping his ass over and over.
Yeah. Sean Payton would have some fun, but Pop Pass Out is different from Green Right Nasty, 13Z, Devery Henderson, Z Peel Fake, SL37 Buster Bluff, Naked Right X Post, Y Bite on 2.
I'd be like,
Ready break.
Sick.
Did he say Devery Henderson?
Yeah.
That's where I'm stuck there, and I never went past another word.
Yes.
I'm like, is my play Devery Henderson, or what am I doing?
Am I Green Right Nasty? If I'm Green Right Nasty, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's a tush push. You just called the tush push.
Green Right Nasty?
No, all that stuff.
Oh, that's the
Yeah,
tush. Why don't you just say tush push?
No, you can't. You got to give Devery Henderson a little love in there for some weird reason.
Z Peel Fake, SL37 Buster Bluff, Naked Right X Post, Y Bite on 2.
Dude, too much going on there. Way too much. Thank you, Davis Webb.
Thank you, Davis.
Here. All right, final segment. Let's come back, wrap this thing up, put a bow on it for the boys on the drive. What are we watching tonight? We'll talk about what Team USA has in front of them in a, meaningless match. We'll get into it coming up next.
With another NBA franchise icon being traded, should that concern Nuggets fans when it comes to Nikola Jokic?
If there's one lesson to take away from this monster Giannis deal, franchise icons can be moved. And the franchise icon can get to a point where the franchise is crumbling around him and you have no choice but to move him like the Bucks just did. And it's a cautionary tale about if you're the Nuggets, handle up on your business.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The hot weather is here. Stoke here from my team. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new air conditioner? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinion. There are amazing financing options and incredible rebates too, only from the best. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Okay, I admit it. At 303 Law 4040, we like to have a little fun with the made-for-TV lawyers who pretend that they're from Colorado. In reality, they live in places like Chicago, Arizona, Texas. Heck, one guy flies in from New York City. New York City! Just so he can do his commercial and fly back home. Crazy thing happening here in Colorado. Outside private equity funds are pouring millions of advertising dollars to prop up these guys and get them to pretend they are local voices that you can trust. So what really happens when you call one of those pretend made-for-TV lawyers? Here's an example. A young man was hurt. He called one of those guys. The insurance company said, nah, we're denying the claim. No money for you. His made-for-TV lawyer said, sorry. So his friend said, you need to call 303 Law 4040. We took the case and told the insurance company their denial was BS. And they said, you're right. Here's all the money. If you've been injured, don't waste your time calling a pretend made-for-TV lawyer. Call 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. It's 303 Law 4040.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to wrap it up, put a bow on it for the boys on the drive. Be back at this thing tomorrow. Denver Nuggets draft complete, done, over. NHL draft coming sooner rather than later. But we want to talk about a couple of things. We're going to talk about what's happening in the World Cup. But, Cecil, any final thoughts here? Like I said, with what the Nuggets did in the NBA draft, considering what fell or really didn't fall to them in round one, like what they did. You go and get Trevin Brazil. I actually think he's going to contribute in year number one. Bryce Hopkins might be able to. Let's figure out what they do in free agent markets, finding other guards. But he's big. He can handle. He can be a physical type of defender at the perimeter. So, are they the answer in Brazil and Hopkins? No. But can they be a part of the solution that answers the questions we have about the Denver Nuggets? Yes, I think they can.
Yeah.
Brazil as soon as this year, Hopkins TBD. Let's see what it turns into.
Yeah, we'll see about Hopkins. When they drafted him, I was like, Bryson Hopkins, the tight end from Purdue? He was a 4th rounder a few years ago. I think he's out of the league now. But anyway.
That's what you get for going to Purdue.
So, like with Hopkins as a backup ball handler, as someone who can identify mismatches quickly, I think these are all good things. And how does the scoring come along? How does the shot come along? These are things that we'll monitor. And again, it's not the answer for a championship. The answer for a championship, and it really doesn't matter. Nikola Jokic can look like the Incredible Hulk out there. He almost does. Doesn't matter if David Adelman's still your head coach. So, like, make these moves, do your thing, and then get ready to make more moves next year, which include replacing your head coach.
Definitely have to replace said head coach. This might not go anywhere until that part of the equation is done. But
well, I don't think it does. Do you?
No. I mean, let's be honest. What do you think best case scenario is for the rest of the offseason for the Nuggets? It's
Zeke.
Well, I think it's probably trading Zeke and Aaron
to get room for Payton. Best case scenario includes keeping Peyton Watson.
Yeah, yes.
Best case scenario.
Yes. And that probably means one of Aaron Gordon or Cam are gone.
Okay.
And
I would lean more AG than Cam, which is weird for me to say because I love Mr. Nugget and I don't want him going anywhere.
No, but I think that's the right answer.
But if you have one or the other and you have to choose, answer the question, Claire. Is it Cam or is it AG? I think it's AG.
Phil actually asked that question on Tuesday when you were gone. He asked all of us in the room, like, who is the one player you'd go, all right, you're okay with them going?
Phil said AG, right?
Me and Phil both said AG.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It was Aaron Gordon because last 2 years, his body have let me down. Fool me once, shame on you, right? That whole thing. If I'm just going to sit in this Aaron Gordon contract and expect his body to be any different, and then it's not, well, then I'm the one that's the fool.
Well, part of it also is a time thing, and I hate to categorize it as this, but I think this is what a lot of us do with Cam Johnson. I didn't see enough of Cam yet. I think he could be a larger part of what this team does. I think that we saw flashes. I think that he went away and he got hurt, and that didn't help when he came back and he had to get used to again because Cam Johnson's season, let's just be honest, was weird. This last year was weird for Cam because he didn't really fit in, and you saw it. It was totally obvious that he didn't fit in, and he was trying, and then he did fit in, and then it looked great for about 7 games, and then he got hurt, and then he came back, and he didn't fit in, but he was trying, and then he kind of started, and then their season was over because they got punked by Minnesota backups. So how do you get further with Cam Johnson this year? I'd like to see that. Have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of AG?
Yeah.
We know the answer is yes. We love him. We love him forever, dude. But we also know the answer is yes.
And you know what? If Aaron were up for it, you get traded. You go do whatever it is you can do with that team. Then you come right back on over here. You retire with that Nugget shirt on.
Yep.
We get to relive the night that was. And then walking downtown, shirt off, all the good stuff. We'll always value and remember Mr. Nugget. AG shouldn't buy a meal or drink in this city for the rest of his life. But now it's time for you to be sacrificed for the greater good.
Yeah.
And the greater good is this team moving forward without you.
This team moving forward without AG potentially, and then we'll see what they put together. Again, I don't think there's a championship recipe. You know, I think that's also a large question that we should ask, and we should ask Nuggets Nation if you think there is a championship recipe that includes David Adelman. Because I don't think there is. I think at one of the most important positions, obviously your head coach, you've got the wrong guy. And when you have the wrong guy, how many champions have been won with the wrong guy? That's another question.
I'm sure there are a few, but I bet it's one handful.
Sure, but it doesn't happen often.
No.
You have to have it from the top down.
Let me ask you this. I'm kind of just going against it for a second.
Okay.
All right, they re-up Payton. Joker's in the best shape of his life. Jamal is back as Jamal was.
Yeah.
Cam fits in more. Like, if those 4 things happen, can that overcome who David Adelman is not?
Could what the Knicks were doing with Thibodeau work postseason-wise? You know the answer. The answer is no.
No, probably can't.
And I love Thibodeau.
But because bodies break
When
down.
they got rid of Thibodeau, I was like, what are they doing? And you get Mike Brown. Mike Brown was the right answer. So I'm going to answer your question with a question directed back at you because we just saw a Knicks roster that was capable of winning a championship, obviously, but with the wrong coach, it wasn't the right combination. Tibbs didn't want to play young guys. He didn't want to go to the bench. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think I've heard that before.
Said that before. Usually about the Denver Nuggets, though.
Right.
So with David Outman, he'll always be, for lack of a better term, the albatross that's around this team's neck. You're not winning anything with David Outman. Can you start to build for, and this sounds really bad. I mean, really bad. But you have to build for after Outman. You just have to. So, like, I don't really care he doesn't like using bigs. Yeah, I don't care. You're trying to win after Adelman because he's not the guy. You have to keep him because you're cheap. And KSE, the propaganda outlet, just continues to say, oh, they got the guy. He's the guy, David Adelman. David Adelman is not a championship-level head coach, period.
We're looking for 2027 AA after Adelman. That's what our years are counted as.
I can go to AA in 27. Not 26, though.
Well, we'll see what happens over the next years. Bo and the Broncos win a Super Bowl. I might be joining you.
Yeah, exactly. Bo and the Broncos win a Super Bowl. That parade's going to be awesome.
Yes, it is.
Let's just say that.
It will be pretty fun. The Avalanche also added a couple players. I want to talk about Zachary LaRue for just a second, the history of his suspension. He's been suspended 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Keep
10,
going.
11, 12 different times at his different levels of hockey. Now, to be fair to him, seems like he's getting a little more responsible with it because he's only been suspended 3 times in the AHL and the NHL. Some of the real minor league hockey, that's when he was kind of losing his mind for unsportsmanlike conduct, 2 different suspensions, 3 different high sticking suspensions, a fighting violation, that's kind of lame, an aggressor violation, staged fights. He did have an altercation with a fan. I'm sure there was some lessons to be learned from that. That happened in the QMJHL. A sucker punch suspension, a fight suspension in the A, and then slew foot. He got a 3-game suspension for that at the NHL level. That's straight up dirty. So that means like you're skating into somebody to create knee-on-knee contact and looking for an injury. I don't like that at all. I wouldn't even like that in an Avs sweater. That's just real dirty stuff. But I mean, like fighting stuff, unsportsmanlike, high sticking. Is he hitting someone in the face with his stick on purpose? I highly doubt that. So some of these things I go, yeah, sometimes you got to break a couple eggs to make an omelet. And now that he's going to be on my team, there are a couple Minnesota Wild guys skating around with their head on a swivel because they're scared of what Zachary LaRue's going to do to them. Good. I want it that way.
Well, don't they need that? Didn't they need
Who
exactly?
Else? I mean, they have Josh Manson, and that's pretty
Manson
much it.
to be the only guy. So they need that more head on a swivel type of guys on the ice for the Avalanche, and that was one of their biggest needs that we saw. Is that there needs to be more of an element of physicality. This team's going to. You got Nathan McKinnon, you're always going to be labeled finesse because of what he can do with his speed and with his skates. So how about you have some physicality thrown in the mix too? That should help them as they march toward the postseason. Is Jared Bednar a championship level coach? Yeah, we've already seen it. We know he can do it again. So we have much more faith and confidence that the Colorado Avalanche will do it, more so than the Denver Nuggets. I have 0% confidence that they'll do it with David Adelman.
Me too.
I know we're going to I want to almost get ahead of myself personally and just say, okay, kind of treat the Nuggets a little bit like the Rockies, where it's like, yeah, this matters, but it doesn't really matter because in the end, they're going to get to the postseason and hopefully not get bounced in the first round. And as crappy as that sounds, and Alex, please get the dump button ready. As crappy as that sounds for Nuggets Nation, I think that's what's going to unfold until David Adelman is gone. And then you got to figure it out. You got to get the right coach in. And the Giannis stuff has really made me think about Joker a little bit differently because Giannis, and you're hearing rumblings, rumors, reports, like he expressed, some discomfort with the coaching staff, and there was a separation that started long ago. And I understand, I saw some Nuggets fans on Twitter saying like, oh, great thing about Joker is he'll never want to go everywhere. You sure about that?
I'm going to live with this for a long time.
My plan is to be the Nuggets forever.
I'm going to try to hold on to that for the rest
that?
of my life.
Are you sure about that?
About 99.8%.
You cannot abuse someone, and I'm not saying that they're abusing him. Don't take my words the wrong way. But you can't set up someone with something that is not good enough and expect them to stick around forever. And I'm not doomsaying, I'm not doing any of that, but I just think there's a little bit of arrogance that we all need to put to the side And that arrogance is, Nikola will be here forever and ever. Like, maybe he retires early. Maybe he is a Nugget forever. But he retires because he's pissed off because the front office isn't doing what they do. And by the way, the Giannis stuff, what a lot of people around Milwaukee, Algonquin for the good planned, what a lot of people are saying around Milwaukee is merely this. Giannis should have spoken up sooner with some of their staff changes.
Mm-hmm. Like he was unhappy with it.
Can't we say that about Joker?
But what does he say every year? That's not my job.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be?
Yeah,
I don't care if it's not your job. You know
he
what
should
else?
be involved with roster management.
Exactly. You know what else he used to say? Commercials. I don't do that. No, baby. Get your commercials.
Yeah.
But also at the
Get
same
your money.
time, if you're Joker, why aren't you involved?
Should be involved. There's no doubt that he should be involved.
I know you reshape your body and you look like the Hulk and it's amazing and Nuggets Nation is going crazy. If you straight up say David Adelman's not the guy, they'll listen to you because they have to.
Mm-hmm.
So why aren't you saying that? You're wasting another year. Last year I get new guy puking his guts out. Like, I get it. Last year you take that chance. Last year you let it ride. And you got your ass beat by a bunch of Minnesota backups.
I got to read this quick text when we were reading off Zachary LaRue's suspensions. I wish you put your name on this text because it's really good. This guy sounds like Happy Gilmore, the only guy to ever try to take a skate off and stab somebody with it. Hasn't done that yet, but we'll see what this year brings with old Zachary LaRue.
When people get movie quotes that I should have gotten or you should have gotten,
that's good.
That's next level.
That's top tier
That's tribe helping tribe
performance.
right there.
That's right. It's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus KARS FM up in Laramie. What up with it? 102.9. Alex, got to bring you in, my man. Tell me what's going on tonight with Team USA. Nobody's playing. It's kind of a meaningless, not even kind of, it is a meaningless match, right? So what are we expecting to see tonight?
I think you're going to see a U.S. team that's just going to continue to try to establish good habits with their team. They've been playing phenomenal, like way better than anyone would have ever expected them to play. So I think it's just going to be, rolling out guys to make sure that they're ready for the round of 32. Things are looking like they're going to get Bosnia-Herzegovina as their round of 32 opponent.
Oh, we get to go against Yusuf.
Which is a very good opponent for the U.S. to go against. No disrespect to Bosnia. They play hard. They play well. Just the form that the U.S. is in right now, I find it very hard for any team to come in and take care of the U.S., at least in the round of 32. Me and Hockey Gandalf, Drew Spivak were talking earlier. There is a very real possibility where this U.S. team can make it to the semis.
Wow.
Just the way that the path is shaping up and the excellent soccer that they are playing right now, things are looking great. I wouldn't call today, yes, it's meaningless, but you want to keep building those good habits, especially for a team that just is right now coming into that.
If they get to the semis, I mean, that's a pretty damn big accomplishment.
Massive. I don't know the last time that they were even that close. I think someone was saying that it's been since the inaugural World Cup in the 1930s, where the U.S. was able to advance this early on in the tournament. It's very impressive. Very great things from the U.S. I wanted to give a quick shout out to Mexico.
Got it done last night.
I was watching yesterday downtown with a lot of our fans. It was so much fun. Just a shout out to Memo Ochoa. He's the goalie that they've had forever, basically as long as I've been alive. Probably played his last World Cup match yesterday.
Wow.
They rolled him out to the last couple minutes.
So it's like an honoring of.
Go get it, man. Just go.
That's
enjoy
cool.
it one more time. And it was a moment that a lot of us there just felt together, and it was beautiful to get to see it. And you might see something similar today. Matt Freese has been the goalkeeper for the U.S. recently. It might be Turner again today, just as a potential swan song for him in the World Cup.
Because then he wouldn't play at all in the knockout stages.
Likely.
Yeah. All right. Well, fired up for it. Anytime USA's playing, I'll be ready to roll. Do I change my bet if they get to the semis? I get the American Eagle tattoo. Remember I said if USA wins the World Cup, I'm getting an American Eagle, American flag tattoo, possibly on this giant forehead, some point. But
good thing these bright lights in the studio will make them even more obvious when we look at our foreheads.
You tell me, Al. You decide later if I'm going to the semis.
Hey,
or
you
not.
guys do better when the brights are the light are the lights are the brightest.
We don't wilt underneath the pressure.
Almost did right there, muffling my words.
That's a tone setter.
There we go.
Let's start the show kind of day.
Everything looks brighter, and I do have to apologize to Josh Dover because I just, couple days off, I just smelled my shirt and Either somebody's throwing a party or somebody needs to do their shirt laundry. So I apologize if I smell like Colorado.
Dirty clothes on?
I got some Colorado stuff going on right now. So
You must have just got here then, huh? Rushed to the
I
studio.
rushed right in. You know
Do the
I'm
show.
waiting. Bells on.
You know what question you just mentioned the World Cup? I asked this question in a commercial break yesterday to Drew. So there is actually a path for the states to make it to the semifinals. Like it's obviously you're going to need stuff to happen for you, but like there is a path in a way that there may have never been ever before. We're doing sports radio, so there's like no consequence here to this conversation.
Make
right?
anything up. Make anything up.
So
You're getting it, Phil. There we go. I learned from the best.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
And let's just say in a fictitious universe that the host nation wins in the semifinals and Team USA is in the World Cup final. Would there be as many viewers? Well, or here's I guess the question: how many viewers would that game get compared to the Super Bowl, which gets about 110 million?
I think it's going to be comparable.
You think so?
I think it would best the Super Bowl.
I think it might. Every American who watch, and then the rest of the world would hate watch America rooting for us to lose.
Yeah, something that's never happened before.
So how much for the Super Bowl? Do we know?
So I said about 110 million.
110.
Yeah. So, but American viewership.
Oh,
because
just American?
because
just
that's American viewership.
Okay.
The rest of the world doesn't watch the Super Bowl with us.
It would push for the Super Bowl then. Just American
I think
viewership.
It's close. I think
You know
it's
what?
close.
I think it might surpass it, man. We're talking about USA, right? You're not just talking about
But only U.S.
Denver
viewers.
and
Only
LA.
U.S. viewers, not worldwide viewers. If you take
but think
worldwide,
of-
it would
Yeah.
definitely be
But also
more.
think about like we're gonna watch it, and I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm a diehard soccer fan. There's so many more soccer fans
does
in the
Phil
U.S.
feel-
that
well,
we know.
your wife.
Phil loves
Yeah.
it, and my wife does too. I wouldn't be surprised if it surpasses the Super Bowl. Truly, like this is like
Well,
one of these.
I would say
things, the
same
World
thing
Cup.
for kids. Of like, I'm not the biggest soccer fan, but my nephew started soccer 3 weeks ago, and we're deep into soccer now.
Yep.
And so if it's like, hey, my nephew's name Emerson. Emerson's coming over, and we're gonna watch a World Cup, dude. I'm all in on stuff like that.
Yeah, no, totally. And I think that I don't know if it would surpass the Super Bowl. Like 110 million Americans watching the same thing at one time. And I know you're saying like it is the United States, but the United States is football. Like we are intertwined. Like the church used to own Sunday, football took it from it.
Like you're right. NBA used to own Christmas.
Yeah.
And football took it from.
So
it.
But
like,
don't you think
Don't say
there's
that
like
to
it's
ZB.
it would be so like you don't want to miss FOMO. We live in FOMO. I can't miss the World Cup and USA's in it.
but I think that's what the Super Bowl is to Americans, where casual people are like, I have to know what's going on Monday, and I know I'm not a big football fan, but I'm gonna go to the party. I'm gonna, you know what I mean?
Wouldn't this be more of a once in a lifetime? Like, oh my God, Team USA's in the World Cup. They have a chance to win it all. They may not ever do this again. We're not even thinking they can do it now. I think that right there is going to let everybody know we got to tune in because we may not get this opportunity ever again.
So the U.S. population, from what I see right now, is right around 338 million.
Okay.
That
too many.
that means it's so many people. That
Too many.
That means and those are the ones they're counting. So you got 338 million people. That means if 110 million people watch the Super Bowl, approximately 1 out of every 3 people that live in the United States
See, that seems crazy.
are watching the Super Bowl.
It seems crazy that the two aren't.
That 2 aren't. So,
Yeah.
Right. So if you want to look at it that way, 2 of every 3 people in the United States
Yeah,
don't
that's
watch the Super
weird.
Bowl, right? So and then if you take it a couple steps further and you say, okay, now you add in the global population. If the United States maybe even made the semifinals, considering the world watches this, it may be a semifinal soccer game, maybe the most viewed American sporting event in the history of American sporting events. That actually lives within the realm of reality, which is insane. But it does, and I'm super hopeful.
I mean, we can go to what the Olympics just did. Hockey's not the biggest sport of the four, and
Go back 2 years ago, what Four Nations did. Four Nations was must-see TV, and I said this last week, somewhat emotional and opinionated as I get. If I'm Roger Goodell, I'm not nervous, but if I'm one of these other sports, if I'm hockey, I'm watching the popularity of soccer grow. If I'm basketball, if I'm Major League Baseball, which is just a regional sport, regardless of TV viewership, And I've always said it, and I've always repeated it, and Spivak has made fun of me for it for years and years and years. They've been saying since the 70s hockey's going to be big. And yes, I'm old enough to know that.
Yeah.
But
haven't they been saying that about soccer since the 90s, too?
Eventually, isn't it going to happen? The NFL, I'm not going to go Mark Cuban on you. The NFL can't be fat and happy forever. And they will be probably in our lifetimes.
I tell you what, they will be, because when you're looking at sports and you're looking at soccer and you're looking at hockey, we're paying an arm and a leg to let our kids play these sports. Football is still the cheapest sport to play.
It is not the cheapest sport to play.
What's the cheapest sport?
Basketball.
To play? Okay, so basketball.
You don't need anything. You just have to have shoes on. You can show up and play.
But to even play in leagues, I feel like basketball is starting to be one of these things where it's a money grabber of like, hey, we're going to do these tournaments and that tournament. With football, okay, you can play it in high school.
All I know is this.
Again,
Again, it's probably just old man stuff, but like, we should never ignore when the sports landscape is changing. And I think with the World Cup, and maybe it's just the World Cup, but I mean, soccer's here now. And it doesn't mean that they're not number 5 or whatever, but they could easily be number 4. They could easily be number 3. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
if US
as things grow, and I think as sports guys, we should never fight against that. Remember when NASCAR, in doing this job, and Phil, you're still the rookie, you're still a new guy, but like you guys remember in this job, maybe like 10 years ago when it's like, hey, NASCAR's kind of, maybe it was 15 years ago, so maybe it's a little bit longer, but it's like there was a time when it's like, am I going to have to start talking about NASCAR? I am not fighting the soccer thing anymore. I'm not calling it kickball. I'm not making fun of it. Nothing like that. One, because it's entertaining.
So disrespectful.
And two, because I recognize what's going on in the American landscape. Well, soccer is growing in popularity.
Well, so I'm not going to deny that. Drew said, we were talking in a commercial break last week, said, what would be best for soccer? What country winning would be best for soccer? And he threw some out. I'm like, what about United States?
U.S.
I just gave you the country size, 338 million, and it's not among the 4 most popular sports in our country. The best thing for the sport of soccer would be United States as the host nation doing something that's never been done. Do I think they're going to do it? No, but I'll root like hell for it, obviously, if it does. But I would say the rest of the world, basketball is still catching up here to the United States, and it has exploded, and Africa is just getting tapped into. NBA Africa, wait till the dividends start getting spit out of that ATM here in the next 15 years. Canada didn't have any NBA players, and between Steve Nash and Vince Carter, what he did for the Raptors, now you look at Team USA, you're like, or a Team Canada, it's like NBA player, NBA player, NBA player, NBA. And I'm watching, I got a buddy, Joe Cremo, who's in the 2nd league in Spain, okay, 2nd league. And I'm looking at the pictures of the championship game, and it sold 12,000 people for the 2nd league in Spain. They don't have, they're watching their local team in a way that they didn't 15 years ago.
That's cool.
So I just still think that the NBA is continuously catching the dividends of.
So do you think the NBA will ever catch the NFL when it comes to just like the
I
viewership?
It won't happen in our lifetime.
I was going to say, not in
lifetime.
our lifetime. I was going to say, I can't see it on the horizon, but like if I get a telescope, there's an avenue because of the interest around the world. It's still like.
All sports are going to have to be worldwide, and the one sport that is bringing up the rear is the NFL when we talk about worldwide. And I've been involved in some talks about like NFL Europe scouting, and don't laugh, I actually have been involved. I've told you about them, of like, people are going to start looking in Europe for some of these minor league football players, and it's smart. You're going to have to. You're going to have to be a worldwide game eventually.
I just don't think because of betting, how fun it is for a casual fan to just show up on Sunday and watch football all day and drink beer and eat wings.
Yeah.
We're barbaric. Humans are barbaric. They want to see people get
exactly,
hit.
and you like the violence. That's exactly
I love it.
We talk about it all the time. On Monday morning, I'm going to ESPN.com, NFL.com to watch Jacked Up. I can't do it anymore because they're soft little you-know-whats, but like that's what we want. We want to gamble, we want to see violence, and we want to be casual observers and not have to be plugged in to understand what's going on. Football gives us all of that.
Yeah.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. All right, shifting gears. Appreciate you guys sticking around for that. That was fun. I want to return to that conversation.